On this episode of Mythbusters,
I just had one of those, what the hell are we doing moments.
it's Buster versus gravity as we put his new body to the test. Jamie and Adam come to the aid of thirsty partygoers
Oh, it feels nice and frosty.
as they search for the fastest way to cool a six-pack. And the build team puts bodies on the line in search of ancient electricity. Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
and Jamie Heineman.
I kind of like it in here. It's private.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
That was intense.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. It's a nightmare on Easy Street. Tailgate party, thirsty people, warm beer.
62 degrees.
What is the fastest way to cool a six-pack?
Well, looks like we have another alcohol-related myth, Jamie.
Does this mean we have to get drunk in the morning again?
I don't think we have to, but you know, maybe we can. This myth actually came to us off the Discovery website. A fan wrote in saying he had heard that in Vietnam, when they were out in the field and had a warm six-pack that they needed to cool down, they would bury it in the sand, pour a quart of gasoline over it, set the gasoline on fire, and somehow the six-pack, when they dug it up, would be nice and cold.
Well, it sounds like a fun one for us to test.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's nothing more patriotic than gasoline and beer.
Chilling beer. Clearly, the Mythbusters will have to research this one thoroughly. What they need is a field trip.
Jamie, I've got the perfect place for us to experiment with beer, right here, Connecticut Yankee.
They have beer here?
They have lots of beer.
Inside, the Mythbusters Beer Oracle. His name is Fritzy.
So Fritz, have you heard the myth about being able to chill a six-pack of beer by pouring gasoline over the top of beer that's buried in sand?
And setting it on fire.
No,
You haven't heard that one, huh?
no,
What do you think? Would it work?
no.
Well, Fritz, what's the ideal temperature for a beer?
38 degrees probably,
38?
I'm thinking, yeah.
Okay.
38 golden degrees. Jamie and Adam could spend hours soaking in Fritzy's wisdom. Instead, they'll attempt to cool a six-pack to 38 degrees by setting it on fire.
We've got our sample beach here, and we've got our sample six-pack. We're gonna crack a beer open, see what its temperature is. Then we're gonna put it in the sand, pour a quart of gas over it, set it on fire. Immediately after the fire goes out, we're gonna pull out a beer, measure the temperature again, and see if there was any drop in the temperature.
The theory is that in the same way evaporating water sucks heat out of its surroundings, the burning gas will suck lots of heat out of the beer.
It's 65.4 degrees. We want to bring it down to somewhere around 40 degrees or slightly under that. All right, standing by the gasoline?
Or is it right here?
Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to put more than a quart in there. Okay.
All right, light it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, that's spectacular. This thermometer we have under here is actually measuring the temperature of the sand about where the beer is. It's now at 66 degrees. It's gone down about a quarter of a degree since the fire started.
But maybe through some mysterious thermal exchange, the beer has become icy cold.
68 degrees, so it has warmed it up.
Or maybe not.
So this technique yielded a warm, gasoline-soaked, sandy beer. This is pretty much the very last thing I want to bring near my lips at the beach.
So the gas fire-cooled six-pack myth is busted. But maybe there's a better way.
I bet there's some really nifty ways of chilling down a beer really quickly.
I would have to agree, but I think we should start by getting a really good benchmark as to how long it takes a normal six-pack to cool down, like in a refrigerator, in a freezer, in a cooler. So why don't we do a bunch of trials on a six-pack and see what the standard cooling times are.
So in hot pursuit of the fastest way to chill a six-pack, the Mythbusters will compare several methods. The fridge and freezer, of course, and some more party-friendly options. Coolers with ice, ice and water, and ice, water, and salt.
Let me see if I can tell the difference between these two.
Adding salt melts ice and lowers the water's freezing point.
Yeah, I gotta say this one is more painful.
So you get much colder water.
Wow, the difference is really clear. The ice and water is 33 degrees. The ice, water, and salt is 24 degrees.
Well, I'll be darned. Chemistry at work.
Let's see what a baseline room temperature of beer is. What do you know? It's the temperature of the room. 62 degrees. That's exactly what we've got there.
They'll time when each method reaches drinking temperature of between 37 and 40 degrees, checking the beer's temperature every 5 minutes, in much the same way a thirsty partygoer might.
38 seconds. Okay. Waiting another 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Which gives them just enough time to try a less conventional method.
I can't see a damn thing. Hold on.
This kind of fire extinguisher is full of liquid carbon dioxide under pressure. When it's released, it expands into a gas, cooling the air around it and forming ice.
All right, so it's been about 2-3 minutes here. Let's see how much it cooled this beer down. Oh, it feels nice and frosty.
$37.
37 degrees is actually a nearly ideal beer temperature.
If you do have one and you're willing to spend maybe, $30 on having your beer cooled now, then I guess you could do that, and it's fairly effective.
I'm sorry, what was that?
So 3 minutes to drinking temperature, fire extinguisher assisted. How are the other tests doing after 5 minutes?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Popping out a beer.
Wow.
What?
Salt water, 35.9 degrees.
Wow! Salt water's done.
Yeah.
30, wait.
The regular ice water,
degrees?
44 degrees.
Okay.
And regular ice, 57 degrees.
4. How much? Cooler with ice, 57?
Yeah.
The freezer and fridge are at 55 and 60 degrees. So, partygoers, if you've only got 5 minutes, salt water and ice is the answer.
So the ice and water and salt is done. We're done with that. We've reached the target temperature and a little bit more.
Science plus beer equals good.
As for the rest, the cooler with ice and water was next best at 15 minutes. Then the freezer at 25. Just ice took half an hour. And if the fridge is your only hope, maybe invite the gang back tomorrow.
Well, we got some not so impressive and some impressive times to cool down a six-pack. But the CO2 fire extinguisher beat everything hands down at 3 minutes.
Well, so are we going to be able to improve on these with our own little inventions?
Well, that's our challenge. Can we build a device that can cool a six-pack down in less than 3 minutes?
Well, looks like it's back to the machine shop.
Time to get to work.
The Mythbusters build team is on the trail of a mystery. A strange battery-like jar that dates back 2,000 years. Could it be true? Was there ancient electricity?
Wait a minute, we have...
Fried our...
This myth hinges on a single credible, seemingly credible piece of archaeological evidence.
In the 1930s, an urn was found in Baghdad, and it dated to somewhere between 250 BC to 250 AD. And what they found in this urn was a copper pipe, an iron rod in the center. It had a cork made of asphalt at the top, and residue of an acidic liquid on the inside. So all of these things point to this being an ancient battery.
Is this a 2,000-year-old battery? Supposedly batteries were only invented 200 years ago. It's an urn containing an iron rod inside a copper pipe, suspended in acid. To test this story, the build team will make their own, and if it works, try to find out what it might have been used for. First stop, the pots.
Scott, have you ever tried to throw a pot before?
At a person or like on a wheel?
Obviously, you're a pottery expert.
I'd rather throw china, it's sharper.
John Delwa cheerfully admits he doesn't know a darn thing about ancient batteries, but pots.
My guess would be that they're using terracotta, which is just pretty much what they dig up out of the ground.
So, Terracotta Pottery 101 is in.
I think I'm gonna end up sweaty, messy with a really nice ashtray for my mom.
Under John's guiding hand, they'll make pots 6 inches high with a 1.5-inch hole in the top.
Straight across the bottom.
And yes, for the record, he does get asked about that movie Ghost all the time, so don't.
I think this is a fun myth to do. I mean, we're using history, we're putting a little science to it.
In the end, 10 terracotta pots get made.
Look at my pot.
Now, to turn them into batteries. Remember, there was an iron bar and a copper tube inside the pots. And that matters because different metals have different electrical properties.
First, we have 2 different kinds of metals here. Zinc, and this would be copper. And they work as electrodes, and lemon works as an electrolyte. So, let's use our little voltmeter and see if we can get some sort of charge out of this lemon.
This is a classic school science experiment. The acidic lemon juice is stripping electrons off the copper, and they're flowing to the zinc, creating an electric current.
It looks like we're getting almost a volt out of just this lemon. The problem is, Baghdad Battery said that they used iron and copper, so I'm gonna see if you can possibly get a charge with these 2 metals. Well, it's substantially less. You get about 1/3 of the volts you can get with zinc as you can get with iron.
So the iron-powered battery makes a lemon look good. The results are similar with other possible ancient acids like grape juice and vinegar.
From the grape juice, we are getting 0.89.
But ever the optimists, the build team goes into mass construction mode.
That is beautiful. Lemon juice stings when it gets in your eye. That's a nice, tight fit. Now I'm gonna test the voltage. 0.269. That's not a lot. The lemon gave us more than that.
1/3 of a volt. A shocker by any definition.
Oh wait, yeah, there was a little bit of a shock.
Yeah, how do you think they would get this idea? Okay, I'm gonna take this clay pot, I'm gonna stick an iron rod in the center, and then I'm gonna make a plug of pitch and put a copper tube around the outside and get it to do absolutely nothing.
Perhaps they'll do better by wiring all 10 of their new batteries together.
All right, here comes the moment of truth. Wait a minute, we have...
Fried our...
Holy, we have 4 volts! 3 volts!
Oh, yeah! We did it.
A picture of efficiency this ain't. As big as a rack of bowling balls, as powerful as a half-dead flashlight. But it is a battery, an ancient battery. And now the question needs to be answered, what was it used for? The Mythbusters are turning their collective brainpower to the needs of the party-going public. Can they make a machine to chill a 6-pack in under 3 minutes? Adam's idea is a kind of chilling funnel, a copper tube coiling through dry ice.
the beer in here. We'll have a funnel here. And it'll go through the coil and come out here, hopefully, the perfect temperature.
Jamie, meanwhile, is taking a different approach. By heating up a metal sheet,
It's much softer.
he's able to bend it around into a tight coil.
It's not real neat, but there's a lot of surface area in there, and so what I'm intending to do is first dip this into liquid nitrogen and then into the beer.
It's called a heat sink. The supercooled metal will be dipped into the beer, drawing out the heat, and hopefully leaving it perfectly chilled.
Look at that.
You didn't shake these up, did you?
No,
Okay,
I
good.
promise.
Thank you.
Didn't. No, I swear. Now I know you won't believe me. I had to goof the camera. That's cool. How did you do that? I know you don't necessarily appreciate the competition thing, but I have to say, it's never not entertaining to me to see how different the solutions you and I can come up with are. I mean, it's always really fascinating.
What will be fascinating is seeing if either of these ideas actually work.
The sound of metal. It's the sound metal makes against dry ice. I've got a room temperature beer. I've got an empty glass, which I'm gonna put under here. And I gotta attach my funnel. Timing now.
So warm beer goes in here and should come out cold here.
Interesting. Come on, come on. All right, well, I see that the first problem I have is actually I got the beer too cold. My coil is so cold, I can tell that it's probably freezing the beer on its way down, which is why it doesn't just immediately start pouring out. Now that is one cold beer. It's at 32 degrees. I mean, it's ice, ice, cold, baby.
Well, I've finished my beer chiller, even put a handle on it so I won't chill my hands. And the idea is that this will get dipped into either liquid nitrogen or some other substance that will cool it down, then I'll dip this in a beer.
Liquid nitrogen, the bartender's friend. Its temperature is a brisk minus 320 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay. Whoa! Everything's creaking. Bummer. It only took it down a few degrees. I think most of the beer ended up right there. I guess I gotta leave it in there for a little while longer.
It seems as bartenders, Jamie and Adam make very good Mythbusters. They've both got work to do before the final chill-off.
All right, let's try this again.
The build team has made its ancient batteries. They're weak, but the challenge now is to find out what they might have been used for.
Well, through our research, we've actually come up with 3 different possibilities of what this electricity could have been used for. One of them is electroplating.
Well, good work.
Well, the next one is pain relief through acupuncture needles. And the third is experiencing God.
Well, that one sounds the most likely to me. I mean, you've got this weird stuff that's, look what happens, you know, it can give you a shock. They're not going to understand where it's from, and so put it to some religious use.
Clearly, there was some serious head-scratching going on in the research department. But so be it. The build team will test the ancient battery's potential for electroplating, pain relief, and divine intervention. First, electroplating. It uses an electric current to coat a metal object with another metal by drawing particles out of a salt solution. In this case, coating copper with zinc. Some of the ancient batteries will provide the charge.
You can see the little bubbles forming. I'm pretty sure that means it's working.
They'll leave the electroplating overnight and use the time to check out the second possibility, pain relief.
Do you feel hurts?
And the needle?
Uh-huh.
That wasn't too bad.
Therapeutic acupuncture has been around for more than 2,000 years. For the last 50 years or so, a low-voltage, pulsing electrical current has been added to help relieve pain.
Oh, something. I feel my chi moving.
Yeah.
My chi is moving.
So, used correctly, electricity does seem to offer pain relief. But what about the ancient batteries? Are they even safe?
But I gotta worry something.
You
I
worry?
never tried this kind of battery. Looks big. I would rather you put on my arm first.
All right.
Yeah?
The inside. Put it harder.
So, having put himself on the line with no ill effects, Dr. Han agrees to jumpstart Scotty.
Did you feel it?
Yeah, I do feel it, totally.
What do you feel?
It's kind of like the other one, but it's more random. It's like tee, 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 tee.
Wow.
The top one's kind of burning.
Maybe we should take it off.
Ow, the top, take the top one off. Maybe it's the take,
This
no,
one?
yes, take it off. Ow! The top one started heating up, like started feeling like a needle being poked in further and further.
There was no harm done, but what did they learn?
I could see maybe using it as a torture device.
I think that it's possible that this is what they were using that battery for. I know that maybe it may not be used in this manner, but I really do think that people did use shock in muscles to stimulate them.
Adam and Jamie are facing the beer challenge. Build a machine to cool a six-pack to below 40 degrees in less than 3 minutes. Adam's coiled a copper pipe through dry ice. Warm beer in the top, hopefully cold brew out the bottom.
Come on, come on.
Jamie's made a heat sink, a spiral metal plate which he'll dip in liquid nitrogen before dunking in the beer. For the final test, they've returned to the bar, where beer oracle Fritzy will be judge. Adam will go first.
All right, so I found the dry ice just made the coil too cold, so I'm actually going to add real ice. Oh! And add some real ice around the coil and some salt.
This thing's gonna leak all over the bar, and it already is. 3, 2, 1, go.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. I have to go to the bathroom. All right, here we go. Testing the temperature.
It's still flowing.
Oh, man. My ice only got it to 46 degrees.
That won't cut it.
I drink it, but it's not real cold.
Adam's cooler has failed the Fritzy test. Well over a minute for one can, and the beer was 10 degrees too warm. Now it's Jamie's turn.
You ready for the liquid nitrogen?
Yes, I am. If you'll grab one side, I'll do the tip.
I like that rig, but it's kind of spooky. Let's see what it does to a beer.
In 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, yeah! Jamie, you didn't tell us about that part.
I just did.
It's not quite that bad. That's shocking. 17 seconds, 20 seconds. Did you just freeze the whole beer?
Well, the last time I lowered it in a little bit more gingerly. This time it foamed it up quite a bit.
That's amazing.
So you're ending up with a perfectly cooled 1/3 of a beer. There you go.
I don't think it quite got it.
I don't think you quite got it. Looks like you're at around 43 degrees at 1:15. Why don't you let Fritzy try this?
Well, Fritzy, are you ready to try my super chilled beer?
I can't wait. There's chunks of ice in it. Good gosh. Big stick, no love. It's not real warm. I mean, it's not real cold. Colder than that one, though.
Much as I don't mind having an excuse to have a beer in the morning, I'm actually a little disappointed with us in this one. This is one of the very first times we've actually failed at building a device that performed up to our expectations.
Yeah, well, we did come up with the CO2 fire extinguisher approach, and that worked better than anything by far.
I'll give us that, but for the record, burying a six-pack, pouring gasoline on it, and setting it on fire?
Yep, totally busted. It's a bad idea, it's dangerous, it pollutes. Not the way to chill your beer.
The Mythbusters are fulfilling a promise. They made it to Cadillac Bend way back when he donated Earl the caddy to the show.
You saw us on TV and you figured, I'll take it to them, they'll blow it up.
I was hoping, yeah.
We will do our best.
They tried by shooting Earl's gas tank. No luck. And now Jamie has a hankering.
Well, I've destroyed a few cars in my day, but I have never dropped one from the top of a very tall crane.
So Jamie's got an itch, but there's a hitch. They want Buster along for the ride. And frankly, he's not up to the challenge. Before Earl gets dropped, the Mythbusters have a mission.
I think it's time we rebuild him from the ground up.
Well, you know, I wouldn't have necessarily thought it was possible when we started the season with him, but after having gone inside his mechanics so many times to rebuild them, I feel like we could build him a completely new skeleton and completely new body.
Crash test dummies are designed for impacts up to 80 Gs. Buster's taken 5 times that. Buster 2.0 will be tougher and easier to repair. There was a sneak preview in the Buster special, but now the nuts and bolts of his rebuild. First, the skeleton. His new joints are shaped out of cast aluminum, and the bones between are poplar wood. Turns out that breaks at a similar pressure to human bones, so when Earl hits the deck, they'll know what really would have broken in a person.
Hey, Jamie.
Yeah.
Check this out.
Well,
That's not bad for 2 days' work.
yeah, and it's actually quite beautiful, I think. The key things that make this Buster better are that he's constructed almost entirely out of blocks of aluminum that are really quite massive, and so they're going to be very strong. They'll take a good impact without breaking or jamming. All of the components are loose fitting, again, so that on impact or anything like that, that they won't jam. And then lastly, it's all made so that anything that does get broken or messed up, we can get to it really quickly and easily, make another part without any, fussing. Well, what's next?
Well,
Flesh?
I think it's time to figure out what kind of actual flesh body to put on him.
Well, I know of a really tough silicon rubber. It's called dragon skin. And so when it comes to silicon rubber, I'm your guy. I think we can take care of that pretty easily.
We only have a couple of days, so I'm thinking actually foam carvings, vacuum molds, knock them all out in one big pour. It's a lot of silicone, but I think we can do it.
So to put meat on Buster's new bones, first Adam will make foam carvings of each body part. They'll use those to make plastic molds and fill them with silicon rubber. Years of model making means hand carving an entire human body, no problem.
Well, I am actually making some of the first foam body parts for our new Buster, which will then be molded and cast in rubber. So this is actually new Buster's calf.
So far, so good. but new Buster's belly has them chewing the fat.
Didn't Buster have a little bit more definition than that? He looks a little kind of blobby.
I'm giving him a little more definition now. You know, I just thought if he had some love handles, it wouldn't be so bad.
I mean, you're trying to make him look like you.
Yeah. Why not? I can make him in my own image. Now I'm going off the Jamie model. The Greek god.
A Greek god? There's a form worth preserving in plastic.
Yeah, what's going to happen here is we're going to melt this plastic right above my head. We're going to heat it up until it's really flippy-floppy like a piece of cloth. Then we are going to lower it down over these forms, turn on a vacuum under this table. It's called vacuum forming. And the plastic will cool down and take the shape of these forms, which will then become our molds. Look at that!
Adam quite likes this part.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's beautiful. Nice. Mold making's done.
Now, enter the dragon skin.
Looks like we're making crash test dummy custard. Are we making the world's largest Jell-O dummy here?
No, this is a mix of polyorganosiloxanes and amorphous silica.
That doesn't sound very appetizing.
No, it'd be a little tough and chewy, I think.
This stuff is tough. When it sets, it'll be able to withstand almost any impact and won't burn, even under a blowtorch. Buster will be one tough, pink ombre.
I don't like the pink. It's a little creepy.
Yeah, it's a little creepy, but so is what we do to Buster.
Maybe he'll get a suntan after a while.
So this is the last bit of rubber going into new Buster's chest right now. And we should be pulling him out of his molds later on today, if we're lucky.
Back at the ancient battery testing, Carrie's electroplating has been cooking all night.
Look at this.
Wow! Look at that. It worked.
I can't believe this. Baghdad batteries completely electroplated our medallion.
That is cool.
Well, this actually proves something for us right here. By the fact that we could electroplate with the Baghdad batteries means that's a possible use. That's a possible reason for why these batteries might exist.
Yeah, cool.
If Tori seems underwhelmed by this resounding success, well, he's got a lot on his mind.
Oh, look at that.
Remember, the third possible application the research team came up with for the batteries was for invoking a religious experience. It's quite a big job.
Exodus 25:10. And they shall make an ark of shittim wood, and 2 cubits and a half the height thereof, and 3 cubits and a half the breadth. Okay, well, I guess I got some stuff to work on.
Using instruction from the good book itself, Tori is building the biblical Ark of the Covenant.
What are you making? Oh, I'm building the Ark of the Covenant. Well, a replica. Because it's not the real thing, you know.
But the fun hasn't even started yet. On top will be 2 golden angels, which are Carrie's domain.
Jamie and Adam, aren't they little angels?
The Ark is painted gold, the angels covered in gold leaf. They plan to connect the batteries and shock an unsuspecting victim.
Really?
But it takes 100 volts to produce a noticeable zap. They just don't have enough juice.
All right, so basically, those Baghdad batteries aren't going to give us the voltage that we need to shock Adam. So what I am going to do is I'm going to hook up the red snapper. It's the cattle prodding, the cattle electrified fence device. We used this, earlier. I'm going to hook this up to the angels, and hopefully this will give us a shock that we need.
They used this same gadget for the 3rd rail revisit.
Oh, there we go. I got a shot. was nothing. It was nothing.
It seemed harmless enough then.
Okay, let me try it.
We want a really
let
decent
me,
shock. We want Adam's hair to stand up on it.
But his hair is so short. We can't do that to Adam.
Somehow, back then, Adam must have avoided the full jolt. It's high voltage, but low amps, so it's not fatal, but it hurts.
On a scale of 1 to 10, what was the electrocution pain on that one?
I would say 211.
Seriously, it hurt that bad?
Do
Oh my God! Holy! I feel like I just got punched in the chest.
There is no way we're doing this to Adam. That was unbelievable.
The final test is a dilemma. The ancient batteries are too weak to invoke a religious experience. But in good conscience, can they use the painful fence shocker on an unsuspecting Adam?
I'm gonna leave it up to you. I say we leave it. This decision is entirely in Carrie's hands.
Buster's getting his new body ahead of being dropped 60 feet in Earl the Caddy. Buster 2.0 will be like a rubbery, pink Frankenstein's monster.
Great. Coming out really good.
Oh, I think it's gonna fly.
You know, it's also good and bouncy.
I gotta say, it looks a lot more flesh-like than what was in the original dummy because that was foam-filled. This has got mass to it. You know, it's like...
This is Buster's new back. The old Buster had most of his weight in his frame. We've put a good portion of his weight back into his flesh. So this is a good, probably 12 or 13 pounds of rubber here. And that's gonna sit right on there like that.
For easy removal and repair, each body part is molded in 2 halves. They're glued together on one side like a clamp, then secured around the limb with plastic ties.
He's a little meatier than he was before. But I think the seam system is actually working out quite nicely.
Got good mobility.
He does. It's very realistic. Appendectomy.
I still feel really bad that we haven't had time to fix his face.
You still don't get it, do you?
Get what?
He's Buster. This is the throughput from old Buster to new Buster.
Yeah, this is all we're gonna see. We just put all this work into this thing, and you'll never know it. And all you will know is that he looks like some kind of a burn victim.
They will know because they're filming it right now.
Well, I thought it would be nice to have the real face on it.
Yeah, but
We are going to replace this.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
No, we're not.
Oh, it looks like crap. If that's what makes you happy, then I don't care.
Lived-in face and all, Buster 2.0 is done. He's more durable, more repairable. And like a conventional crash test dummy, his height and weight are representative of 95% of American men.
He's got really big biceps. Yeah, I'm actually pretty pleased with Buster. I know Jamie always seems to look for the worst in everything. You know, oh, it's a little chesty and it's a little pink and, well, his face is all burnt.
I'm actually pretty proud of what we did with this. I mean, the human body is a difficult thing to replicate.
4.5 days to get this guy out of the molds, out of the machine shop and assembled. I'm pretty impressed.
I defy anybody to point at anything that we did and say that was, you know, a waste of time or overcomplicated. It's all, Buster is all business.
I think he's a really good, viable Mythbusters dummy.
The final test for the ancient battery is a little left field. 2,000 years ago, in a society where electricity was apparently unknown, could an electric shock inspire religious awe?
That'll do it.
The build team made a replica arc and wired it to deliver a shock. Adam knows that.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Is it godlike?
That is magnificent.
What he doesn't know is they might have replaced the ancient batteries with an electric fence transformer,
Incredible.
which would be the dirtiest trick in myth-busting history.
What do I do?
You approach with disbelief. Hold your hands up to the idols. Look very deeply into God's eyes and grab on.
Now, you guys haven't hooked in the electric fence thing in here, have you?
That would have been a good idea.
All right.
You should be on our team.
I'm reasonably convinced you haven't. Is it ready to go?
Well,
Go ahead.
Okay. Did I just grab anywhere?
I guess.
I don't know. I mean, it like doesn't.
Oh!
Do you feel God?
You did hook up the real thing.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Messing with electricity is dangerous at the best of times, and that shock hurts.
Are you all right?
Yeah.
Bigger
off.
than you expected.
Did you get the kick in the chest?
Yeah, and the head and the entire body. That was 10,000 volts through my heart.
The build team has shown the ancient batteries do create a charge that can electroplate and potentially be used for pain relief. But promoting a fear of God by using the electric fence transformer, they really only produced a fear of Adam.
Did that feel like God to you? I don't think so.
If you were able to get any kind of tingle out of touching this thing, that it would have had very, very powerful ramifications. Everything that we can't explain is God. Amazing. To me, it sounds like everything you guys have tested is plausible, plausible, plausible.
We're really, 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 really sorry.
It's Earl's big moment, and Buster 2.0 will share it.
Yeah. It's the coming out party for Buster.
They're both about to get a raise.
And Buster's going to take a little ride. Unfortunately for Buster, it's going to be straight down at about maybe 40 or 50 miles an hour from the top of a crane.
You see, the Mythbusters are fulfilling a promise to Cadillac Ben to destroy Earl. And Ben's come along to witness the show.
So when you donated us this car, is this the kind of destruction that you were dreaming of?
I really had no idea what you guys are going to do. You know, maybe something with explosives, but this is definitely satisfactory. I think it's going to be good.
Good in a bad way. But before anything gets dropped, Earl needs a few modifications.
What are you doing, Scotty?
I think it's broken.
The gas has already been drained, and anything loose has been taken out.
Don't mind me.
They'll use a chain to connect Earl to the crane.
Gold chains, matte black Cadillac.
Bling, bling.
That chain has to be passed through the back seat. But wouldn't you know it, the windows won't wind down. What to do?
What do you got, Scotty?
Well, I have ceramic from a spark plug, and what I've heard is that if you take a piece of broken ceramic and pelt it at a car window, it'll shatter.
Really?
Like magic.
I've heard that. Seems unlikely, though, doesn't it?
Seems unlikely, but I don't know. Let's find out.
Watch your eyes.
Oh, now you think it's gonna work?
No,
Yep, that was on the paint. Not breaking the window.
Scotty, I don't think you're here.
It's busted.
Oh, there you go.
That's how to do it.
All right. All right.
I didn't think that was going to work. That's fantastic.
That would be a myth confirmed.
Do not try this at home.
So they've cleared the way for the chain. Now, Adam has plans for the other end.
This is actually a 10,000-pound quick release. This is what the car will be hanging from. And when we pull the safety pin and release this, the car drops. So I'm just setting up the rigging so that we can do that drop easily and safely.
Goodbye, Guy. We'll see you.
Keep your eyes on the road.
You're on.
Adam, you want to clear out?
This is always the point at which you're like, how's my rigging? How's my rigging? Is everything in place? Lot rides on everything working just the way it should.
Buster and Earl are airborne, but this is tricky and dangerous. That's nearly 2 tons of steel up there, and they need to stop it twisting.
Okay, Carrie, you need to back away here while you're feeding it out.
Okay.
And I'd recommend you go up this way.
Okay.
Okay, stop!
This is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
This is terrifying.
I just had one of those, what the hell are we doing moments.
Funnily enough, 60 feet up, Buster 2.0 is having one of those too. Will his new body hold up? Cadillac Ben is getting his wish. From this height, Earl's last drive will be like hitting a wall at 55 miles per hour. It's the perfect crash test for new Buster.
Don't let go. Okay.
And 3,
2,
1.
Man, that was cool.
And once again, Earl's last moments.
Wow.
Fantastic.
Oh my God. Oh, look at that. I'm not sure Buster's gonna be so.
I've never seen anything like that. That's flat as a pancake on the front of the car.
Earl is clearly no more. But how did Buster's brand new body cope with the ultimate crash test?
You can see Buster from this side. He looks really uncomfortable.
Yeah, his head's kind of at an angle.
On the high speed, bottom of frame, you can see he lost an arm on impact.
Oh man. Yeah, he lost an arm completely.
There you go.
Getting the rest of Buster out isn't quite so easy.
There we go. Jamie, that's a broken bone right there.
Well,
that worked like a charm.
I guess he'd be lucky if all he broke was his foot in that particular accident, but...
I imagine there might be some head trauma as well.
I think there probably was.
So, everyone's happy. Buster has been completely rebuilt from the ground up and successfully busted again. And Earl, he's just trashed.
So what do you think? Are you satisfied now?
That was way better than expected. I'm extremely satisfied. It's very satisfying.
Well, I think he's passed the car crash test and he's ready for a lifetime of busting myths.
A whole world of pain.
Another lifetime. How many lives is Buster gonna have anyway?
How many episodes are we gonna do?
On this episode of Mythbusters, a television exclusive. as Adam and Jamie sing for a world first.
I had a nightmare like this once.
Can the human voice really shatter glass? The build team go green. They're testing the proverb, a rolling stone gathers no moss.
That is beautiful.
It's the longest experiment in Mythbusters history. And sparks will fly in a DIY engineering special. Can the humble vacuum cleaner be transformed into a jet engine? Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
And Jamie Heineman.
I kind of like it in here, it's private.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
That was intense.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Are you done yet?
I'm ready to stop anytime you want to start talking.
This is the classic story about the opera singer who's capable of breaking a wine glass using only her voice and achieving exactly the right tone.
So we've got an audio myth on our hands, and that means only one stop.
Our friends at Mythbusters Sound need to be called in to investigate.
I think they're almost honorary Mythbusters now. They've helped us on so many.
Roger Schwenke is Myers' Mythbuster-in-Chief. He's already busted 2 urban legends. Duck quacks do echo. And thankfully, there's no such thing as the infamous brown note.
Everyone's got to try this.
Now, Myers' mission is to find out whether sound waves can be strong enough to shatter crystal glass. Everyone's heard of this musical myth, but is it truly possible? Well, if anyone knows, it's Myers' Sound.
So, Roger, have you heard the myth about the opera singer that's able to break a wine glass with her voice?
I've heard that myth, and
what do you think?
I'd like to think that it's true. I think it'd be really impressive if we could break a wine glass with sound, so I'm really eager to try it.
Eager to try breaking stuff? No wonder this guy's an honorary Mythbuster. And already he's got a glass-smashing plan that's all to do with resonance.
So first I want to bring a glass over and we'll measure it and see what its resonant frequency is. And then we'll play that frequency back through the speaker and see if we can break it.
So the theory is that the tone you hear boom when you hit it is the same tone that will potentially break it.
Correct.
Okay.
A crystal glass has a natural resonance. This is the frequency at which it most efficiently turns sound waves into physical movement. Play a glass its own resonant frequency, but loud, and it may move so much that it explodes.
Is this a good distance here?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
They're using lead crystal, as it's the most efficient at transforming sound into motion.
This lowest peak here is the fundamental frequency, and I'm reading off here 562 hertz, so that's where we should start.
With the computer primed to belt out a pure 562 hertz tone, it's myth-busting time.
So this is Mythbusters wine glass breaking test number 1. Simply playing a tone through the speaker to the glass. That's it.
I'm really sorry. I need to actually plug that speaker into something.
Oh, details.
Even the Meyer Mythbuster can make mistakes. Let's try that again. Nothing. But in opera, it's not over till the fat lady sings, and Roger's had a harmonious idea.
When you listen to the glass, it has many harmonics above the fundamental frequency. And so maybe it's not the fundamental that breaks it. Maybe we need to produce one of those harmonics.
Up to now, Roger's just been playing the fundamental frequency. But there are also many other equally spaced smaller peaks, the harmonics.
So
So this time, the computer's set to blast out the full harmonic sound, an exact match of the glass. Adam also throws a straw into the mix to help see if the glass is moving at all. Adam's straw dances. This glass really is vibrating. Just check out the high speed. The glass is as wobbly as Jell-O, but not wobbly enough to implode. To the Mythbusters, it's just mystifying.
So that could be myth busted right there.
I don't know that we've exhausted all the possibilities.
Yeah, there's something we're missing here because it's really aggressively moving that glass. The question is, why isn't it breaking the glass?
That is indeed the question. And while Adam and Jamie ponder the answer, the build team are cracking on with another myth. The Mythbusters build team are having a barrel of laughs. They're getting started on the longest experiment in Mythbusters history. They'll need their green fingers as they once again take on conventional wisdom.
Exciting.
Finding a needle in the haystack was actually pretty fun. What do you think? Should we do more proverbs and sayings like that?
Finding the needle in a haystack was fun? Jamie's forgotten that testing that proverb was one of the toughest myth-busting days ever, but it's clearly not put him off.
What about the one, a rolling stone gathers no moss?
Or does it?
You know, I honestly can say I've never thought about it, but that would be interesting to find out.
Should be possible to do.
All right, well, I want to get going on this one because I want to bust this proverb wide open.
First stop for this myth is the moss store, also known as the forest.
Shh, very quiet, we're hunting moss.
It seems like the build team have found their man, Brent Mishler, a moss professor.
Well, I'm into moss for various reasons, and I would be into them even if they weren't important in the ecosystem, but as it happens, they are.
This guy really is Dr. Moss.
So there's a lot of moss here. Can we just grab this and put it on a rock?
Well, probably this would not be the best choice because these are not the same species that grow on the rock here.
They're barking up the wrong tree with this moss. Our herb hunters need some rock moss, and they're leaving no stone unturned.
Seems pretty strong.
It doesn't break up in your hand? Yeah. Yeah, that would be a fine one to try.
So how do we get the moss going now? What do we do next?
I think we'll probably try buttermilk, maybe about equal parts of buttermilk and moss, and grind it up in a coffee grinder. Then you can kind of coat the rocks in it and coat the run in it.
Is Dr. Moss serious? Buttermilk and moss sounds more like a Californian protein shake. With moss collecting step 1 accomplished, step 2 means it's time to shop till you rock.
You've heard the people say a rolling stone gathers no moss.
Sure, sure.
Well, we're trying to prove that.
Great, well, how can I help you? We have a lot of rocks to select from.
Ain't that the truth? This place has more rocks than a Flintstones film. After much rocky reflection, the Rolling Stones are selected and chopped up into identical, easy-to-roll cylinders. Finally, Tori and Scotty can get some satisfaction. The build team are proverb busting as they test whether a rolling stone really gathers no moss. Their shopping list? Moss, check. Stones, check. Stage 3 means building the rolling device.
The tricky part is going to be, getting rocks to roll continuously for months. We're going to have to build some kind of rig that does that.
Yeah, you'll have to make something that also withstands the environment because obviously there has to be moisture and irrigation in there. Well, it'll be a nice, simple experiment. Something we'll set up, let it run, see what happens.
Simple sounds good. The plan is to build an irrigated barrel which will be split in 2. The control half will be stationary, while the test half will turn. Within both halves, there'll be 3 rocks, each sitting in their own individual trackway. Will any gather moss?
Starting to take shape. This is one of the drums. This here is one of the tracks inside the drum, and this is where the rock is going to roll. This whole drum will be rolling. This will just stay at the bottom and just continue to roll and collect moss, hopefully.
While Tori tests the rolling rig, Carrie shapes up to shape the stones.
I'm roughing up this rock, so we have one smooth, one rough. The rock guy reckons you get more moss on a roughed up stone.
Sounds about right. A rough rock will have all sorts of nooks and crannies where moss could get a grip.
Hey, look what I got from Jamie.
As for the revolving rig, there's no need to reinvent the wheel because Jamie's come up trumps.
Hey, look at that.
That's as fast as it goes.
Which is more than ample for this myth.
I think this is going to be perfect. Look at how much torque this thing has.
At least enough to rotate these slackers.
All right, team. Let's go to work.
While Scotty creates a stand for the spinning barrel, Carrie keeps roughing up those rocks. And Tori adds some matting to keep the rolling tracks moist for the moss. Everything's coming together. Lock, stock, and barrel. Time to put it to the test.
This is beautiful. It's like watching paint dry.
Way more exciting now.
Yeah, it's a little bit more exciting than watching paint dry. Uh-oh, we got a sticker. Uh-oh. Ah. That was close. We almost had a situation there. Hey, what's up, buddy?
That is beautiful. Look at that. What if it turns out that all your stones gather some fungi or moss? Are you going to look towards material that definitely does not gather moss when it rolls? Something naturally occurring that would never gather moss.
Can we cross that bridge when we get to it? Because I really don't think we're going to get any moss on these.
If there's one thing I've learned so far, it's that nothing I think ever has any bearing on the results. Well, guys, it looks really good. Have some fun rolling all those stones.
At last, the build team put the final touches to the rolling rig. All that remains is to coat the stones in the buttermilk and moss batter. But are they doing it right?
Smells terrible.
Oh, yeah. Who wants to taste it? Sorry.
And how ground up is it? Not at all. It's just a soggy mess of moss. Tori opts for a more unusual kitchen tool, the hammer drill.
Bringing out the heavy.
If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing.
Even with the super stirrer, the moss stays together. This is not what the moss man instructed. He wanted it chopped fine.
It's good enough.
Equal parts of buttermilk and moss and grind it up in a coffee grinder.
A hammer drill is no coffee grinder, but the team seems satisfied and begin the stone smearing, or inoculation to a scientist.
Our rocks are well gooed and we're putting them into the rig now.
The team put a roughed up rock, a smooth rock, and a mossy rock from the forest in both the stationary control side and the revolving test side of the rig.
All right, so now we wait.
Now we wait.
Exciting.
Adam and Jamie are attempting to bust a myth of operatic proportions. They're trying to learn if a singer can shatter a wine glass with just their voice.
You know, the interesting thing about this myth is while tons of people have claimed to be able to break glass with their voice, our researchers have yet to come up with a single confirmed case of it.
Yeah, well, the first one I know of was the famous opera singer Caruso, who claimed to have done it, but then after he died, his wife said he actually didn't.
Yeah, and the famous advertisement for Memorex, where Ella Fitzgerald's voice shatters the glass.
Believe it. Ella Fitzgerald on Memorex cassette tape with MRX2 oxide. Can Memorex shatter the glass?
Well, that seemed to work. But they did use amplification.
If we get a singer breaking glass unassisted, I believe it's the very first time it's been confirmed on camera. A Mythbuster exclusive.
Seems Adam's forgetting that so far they've broken nothing. But Myers Sound may just have unlocked the glass-breaking secret. And the key, a board with a 2-inch hole through it. But how's that going to help?
It's going to change the directionality. It's going to change the distribution of pressure in the near field. So it's going to cause an awful lot of different acoustical phenomenon.
Roger's confident that this holy board is going to do the trick.
Okay, everyone ready?
Ready when you are.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, that's kind of effective.
They've cracked it. The 2-inch hole does the job and proves that sound can break glass. Next, they need to find a singer brave enough to try.
It's so endlessly entertaining. I'd pay to see this.
The Mythbusters are testing whether the human voice can break glass. And for Adam and Jamie, next stop, it's song school.
We're here in the Castro district of San Francisco, and we're about to test whether we can break a wine glass using a human voice.
This myth needs vocal power, but forget opera singers, Adam and Jamie have gone for full power. The power of rock singer Jamie Vendera.
Hi, Jamie.
Hi, Jamie.
I'm Jamie.
I'm Jamie.
Jamie, Adam.
Adam.
Good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
So, Jamie, have you heard the story that it's possible to break a wine glass with a human voice?
Actually, I have. One of my vocal teachers, a man named Jim Gillette from a band called Nitro, has done it for years back in the 80s, so I know it can be done.
Nitro claimed to be the fastest, loudest, and highest sound of the late 80s. And who would disagree? Jamie Vendera reckons that Nitro used to break glasses through amplification before every concert. Before anyone tries to sing unassisted, it's time to put Nitro and Ella Fitzgerald to the test. Can singing through speakers break glass?
I've got to protect the mighty Wurlitzer. The Wurlitzer here is one of the most famous features of the Castro Theater, and the guy that plays it, I think it would be bad if he got glass shards in the tips of his fingers.
As the curtain call draws nearer, Jamie Vendera concentrates on finding the perfect glass.
Some of these are a little more dead than the others. If you flick it, now hear how that rings.
I mean, it sounds almost like the ring has a kind of curve to it.
Exactly, and that's what you're looking for.
Just like at Myers Sound, there'll be the speaker, the mysterious board with hole, and then the glass. It's time for our heavy metal maestro to step up to the mic.
Can you hear that okay, Jamie?
Bingo.
Yeah! Is it supposed to be that easy?
So the practiced professional can use amplification to break glass. But how about an amateur voice? Like, say, Adam and Jamie's?
I can't wait to try it.
But before they let rip, the build team are plotting a DIY disaster. The trustworthy vacuum cleaner. Every home should have one, right?
You want to see if you can get a fire going here?
Well, maybe not. After all, this myth is about the guy whose vac turned into a jet engine, and the build team are going to put this to the test.
was cleaning his pool and he heard a huge explosion. So he went to his neighbor's house to find out what had happened, and it turned out that this guy was using a shop vac to try to get the sediment off the bottom of a gas tank from his boat. And when it started to fume, it went through the shop vac and basically turned it into a turbine engine.
So what's your plan?
Scotty and I are going to go get a shop vac, and we're going to try to suck up some gasoline and see what happens.
We're going to go clean the pool, and if we hear any big explosions, we'll come running.
Can a vacuum cleaner really transform into a jet engine? The girls have all they need to test this dangerous myth. 1 tank of gas and 1 shop vac.
For our first experiment, we have our shop vac hooked up to our gas can, and the gas can just has a tiny bit of gas in there, so we're just going to get fumes with this first one.
But it's the fumes that are the most flammable part.
So let's give this a really run and go. Let's give it a good 5 minutes before we shut it off.
All right. And if it doesn't go in 5 minutes, it ain't gonna go.
3, 2, 1.
As Scotty said, if it doesn't go in 5 minutes, it ain't gonna go. This myth may not last much longer.
Oh, there must be something to this myth, because the warning label, to avoid personal injury or property damage, do not pick up flammable, combustible, or hot materials. There's got to be some truth to this. It's got to blow up somewhere.
You'd think so, but right now it just ain't sparking. If it's going to mutate into a jet engine, it'll need some encouragement.
I haven't actually taken a vacuum cleaner apart before, but this one, the motor where the brushes would be, is isolated from the tank and from any kind of air fumes that would be inside the tank.
So any sparking will happen in a place where the fumes can't get to. Scotty reckons that all new vacs have this safety feature. Maybe it's only older models that are likely to explode.
I guess we can wrap this one up because it's pretty much busted as far as the new vacuums go.
Highly unlikely, anyway. What the hell was that?
That was sparks! What was it doing?
Oh. Chop through the wires.
Well, maybe that's how it
That'll do it every time.
This could be just one of those Mythbusters Eureka moments.
Scotty, I think that was a happy mistake. I think we can actually throw a little likely into our unlikely scenario. What if the vacuum cleaner was shorting out?
It's a possibility. It would definitely make sparks.
But even with the horrible home wiring job, the fumes still won't be able to get to where the sparks are.
I want to bang. Let's make the optimal, most beautiful conditions for this thing to blow up.
That means drilling a hole that will allow the fumes to get to the spark. If Scotty's right that the shop vac design has changed, then this still is testing our myth.
All right.
This time, the build team have gone all out for an explosion. Gas directly in the vac, a homemade short circuit, and some air vents leading to the sparks. This goes against all health and safety rules, but these guys are trained professionals. Don't try this one at home.
3, 2, 1.
Despite their best efforts, a jet engine this isn't. For a confused and disconsolate Scotty, it's back to the drawing board.
Scotty and I tried everything with the shop vac to try to make a turbine engine, and what we basically figured out is that the airflow is completely isolated from the motor.
On purpose, I would imagine. Is that it? Is it busted?
Well, we're not sure yet. We're gonna see if the design in the motors have changed. So I'm probably gonna go visit your nemesis down at the vacuum shop.
My guideline when you're there is just keep your lips away from the spinning things.
Once bitten, twice shy. Rarely is that proverb used in the context of vacuum cleaners.
Are you Peter?
Yes, I am.
I'm Tori.
Tori, glad to meet you.
Good to meet you. Adam said that you took care of him, and maybe you can help me out.
Well, if it's to do with vacuum cleaners, I probably could help you out here.
Well, we're trying to do, I don't know if you've ever heard of the myth, the exploding vacuum cleaner, where somebody was actually vacuuming up gasoline, and a spark from the motor caused the whole vacuum cleaner to explode, and he went rocketing around the shop.
Oh yeah, if you got vapors, you got spark, you got a fire going.
Excellent.
Do you want to see if you can get a fire going here?
What, right here in the store?
Wait, you got a fire extinguisher in case?
Oh, I got fire extinguishers all over the store.
Okay. Need some help?
Well, a little bit more spark. There we go.
Shop vac plus fumes can equal fire. This myth ain't busted yet.
That's what I was saying. You get those fumes going and a little spark, you get something burning.
Armed with the knowledge that vacuum cleaners can burst into flame, Tori next needs to turn one into a jet engine.
You guys have a good day.
Flaming vacuum cleaners. Tori's testing the myth that the everyday vac can mutate into a jet engine.
You got some good fire.
So Tori, you got any results yet on this one?
Well, what we were trying to do is to see if an older version of a vacuum motor would ignite gasoline. And the guy at the shop pretty much demonstrated that in an extreme way. So we've proven that it can light the gasoline, but in no way was it a jet engine.
Well, you know what that means.
I think I do.
This being Mythbusters, we have to see if there's any way that we can actually create a jet engine out of vacuum cleaner parts.
You must have read my resume. I'm the man for your job.
The build team recreated the circumstances of this myth and got nowhere. So now Tori needs to replicate its results. Hardcore thrust. The engine sucks air in at the front with a fan, in this case the vac motor. This air is compressed, then mixed with fuel and lit. The burning gases blast out backwards and cause thrust. But for this project, vac parts alone aren't quite enough. While an injured Carrie limbers up, Tori's been shopping for jet engine parts in, of all places, the restaurant district.
I found this. This could be, this is going to be for the flame holder here.
That is perfect.
In the combustion area. I got this portable stove, and what I'll do is I'll use the propane ring for the combustion area. There's also an electric igniter in here, so that might work well too. This is exactly what they have at NASA.
Of course, NASA used theirs to build rockets, while Tori's got to build a jet engine. It's going to be one small step for him, and probably an even smaller step for mankind.
Look what I found. This is my engine. This is my jet engine.
The final ingredients ready. It's time to get this thing cooking.
Flame catcher.
The vacuum cleaner and household parts are clicking into place. That just leaves the fuel injection system.
That's a jet engine.
Not really.
Tori's worried that the vacuum fan will simply snuff out the flame.
I'm gonna hook up this motor, see how much wind gets blown through the tube, and see if that's enough to blow it out.
With the vacuum off and the gas running, let's light that fire, Mythbusters style. Whoa. We have ignition. So on with the vac.
And it's out.
Tori's fears are confirmed. The vac blows out the flame.
So that is not gonna work. Plan B.
Do you have a plan B?
Absolutely not.
Don't be modest. All good Mythbusters have a plan B. And in this case, it's build your own propane stove. Build it bigger and better, or at least try.
I don't know, there's gonna be a lot of engineers out there looking at me going, what the hell is he doing? And I'm asking myself that on a moment-by-moment basis, what the hell am I doing?
Great balls of fire. Could this just be enough to turn a shop vac into a jet engine? In the myth, Can a Singer Break Glass? The Mythbusters are about to see if even their amateur voices can blast through speakers and smash crystal. Before they break out in song, first they need some training.
I can't do it while I'm smiling.
And believe it or not, this is lesson number 1. Lip bubbles.
Just do that.
Like that?
Yeah, several times.
Come on, Jamie.
I don't know that I can do that at all.
You can't make lip bubbles with a stash?
Fortunately for Jamie, there's another technique.
Make a smiley face and you go. So it's like falsetto and you start real low and you get louder and louder on the same pitch. Real soft and real like a woman, you know, real like. You want to try a glass?
I'm dying to try a glass.
All right.
But I want to see Jamie do it first. Everyone quiet for a second while I give Jamie the tone. This is Jamie Heineman. You know he has perfect pitch.
And he's going to need it to break this glass.
I had a nightmare like this once.
Well, I'm moving the straw around pretty good.
Sure enough, the straw is dancing, but no shards fly. Maybe the teacher's got some top tips.
Jamie, what am I doing wrong?
You've got to shave your mustache. When you see that straw shaking, stop it. It ain't like jumping from a C to a C sharp like normal people do. You got to slide slowly up or slowly down. And you're just a hair away from it going.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. Although please, not too many times.
Releasing the awesome power of the Heineman.
Well, you try.
Okay.
It seems that Jamie's got the power, but not the pitch. He's an octave too low.
Will you go tap the glass for me?
Okay.
Maybe Adam will be on song.
Will you tap the glass for me?
Adam is also just too deep for this crystal.
No, I don't think I have the tone right.
There you go.
All right.
Push down with your stomach, breathe in with your belly.
Tighten the sphincter.
It started to jump right there just now.
All right, there we go. I did it! Wow.
Well, there you go.
That was great.
You have graduated. You are now a full vocalist.
Oh, that's incredible.
Through amplification, Adam has proved that even an untrained voice can sing the correct tone to break glass.
Remember, kids, no experiment is valid unless it's repeatable, so I'm going to try this again.
All in the name of science, of course.
I'm trying the master's techniques.
Another success. Now to prepare for that global exclusive, unamplified glass breaking. The build team have rolled back to the Stone Age to see if a rolling stone gathers no moss. Their circular rig has been turning for 4 weeks to test this traditional proverb. But what does it actually mean? Let's check the word on the street.
A rolling stone gathers no moss. I think that means that if you keep on going, you don't collect a lot of junk.
I guess it would depend. It's kind of like a coffee table on wheels, gathers no dust.
As long as you keep moving around, you don't have to worry about getting tied down, committed,
obligated.
If you keep on the move, you don't get slimy and unattractive.
If you're asking if I think that moss would grow on a stone that is continually moving, I don't think so.
Don't think so, huh? Well, after 4 weeks, let's check on the progress.
It looks almost like in these little cracks. Could that be growing? You know what? It's somewhat stuck there. That could be growing.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Couldn't this be gathered moss?
Well, then that's where you have to ask the question, what does gathering mean? Does it just stick to it, or does it actually grow on it?
Tori philosophizing again. Up to now, the test has inferred that to gather moss means to grow it. But what if it means just to snag some? That needs a whole new test. Something like rolling a stone down a mossy hill.
After we roll our stones down a little mossy patch, we've got a little magnifying glass, and we're gonna search the rocks to see if we can find any little traces of moss left in our stone, because the tiniest little trace will prove or disprove this proverb.
That's the plan, to make a mountain out of a moss hill.
Nice form there.
Carrie's rolling down both the smooth rocks and the ones she's roughened up to see if any will collect some moss on their short, mossy migration.
I think we're getting better.
And the results?
There's definitely some moss on this one. It ain't much, but it's definitely moss. I have a feeling that if this rock stayed stationary and didn't roll again, that the moss could probably grow, because it grows so wild out here.
To gather or to grow? That is the question. Tumble a rock over moss, and it sure picks some up. But will a rolling rock grow moss? Back to the workshop, where not everything is rolling smoothly.
Well, we've been rolling our stones for 6 weeks now. What do we got?
Well, remember when you said it was going to be a simple experiment?
Yes, I do.
Surprisingly enough, we messed it up.
What'd you do?
Well, supposedly the moss expert seems to think that we didn't chop the moss up fine enough.
The stationary rocks, our control, nothing. We have not grown any moss whatsoever.
But we do have a rock that already had moss growing on it, and that moss is growing great. So at least we've proven that we have a moss-friendly environment.
I thought this was going to be an easy, simple experiment, and you screwed it up. Well, let's go out and get some fresh moss and chop it up properly this time. Let's get this going. I don't want to lose any more sleep over this, so do it right.
6 weeks wasted by poor moss mangling. This time, the fresh moss is minced in a blender. Much better than Tori's hammer drill. This moss milkshake is much more like a smoothie. The batter is painted on the rolling rocks, the control rocks, and on the lanes.
So let's just do...
Everything's back on track, and the stones start their pilgrimage once again.
Now, we sit and wait for a long, long, long time.
In fact, the Mythbusters wait for over 6 months. The rolling rig spins right through the spring. It's still wheeling during the height of summer, and as the nights lengthen and the autumn chill returns, the stones are still rolling along. It's the longest experiment in Mythbusters history.
We've been working on this story for a little over 6 months, and we finally, possibly, I think we have some tiny little results that can answer the question, will a rolling stone gather moss?
Okay, guys, well, you broke this down into 2 separate stories, and the first one is, will a rolling stone actually gather or collect moss? You guys went out to a hill and rolled a rock down the hill. What are the results?
Well, actually, the rolling stone did gather moss.
The second part that these guys tested was, will it actually grow moss? Will a rolling stone that has gathered some moss actually allow the moss to grow?
Time to unload both barrels and collect some results. Starting with the rocks that didn't move an inch.
Oh, that's actually growing pretty well.
Wow.
Yeah.
All stationary rocks grew moss.
So the rig was at least a moss-friendly barrel. But of course, the myth is about the rolling stones.
Very gentle.
This one's been rolling for 6 months, over 100 miles. It's a long hill. Do you see any moss?
So far. Can I hold it?
I don't see any.
And it's the same for all 3 rolling rocks. Not a trace of moss.
So, you guys, what do we tell the viewers? I mean, is this proverb something that we can still use in the modern world?
For me, there's no question about it that the spirit of this myth is involving growing of moss. It's not like, yeah, okay, so you can roll a stone down a hill and there can be little bits of moss that get stuck to it for an instant until they fall off. That's not what the myth is about.
I totally agree, and so I would say this proverb gets the Mythbusters seal of approval. A rolling stone does not gather any moss.
That's the spirit.
Yes.
So it's confirmed. Okay.
The cherished vacuum cleaner, loved and loathed by housewives and husbands for almost 100 years. But can this household chore turn into something altogether more explosive? Can a vacuum cleaner be turned into a jet engine?
You know, like all great myths, this one has an element of truth.
Well, our research has actually turned up at least 3 cases that might have been its inspiration. I've got one from 1992, a guy trying to clean up a swimming pool, water acetone mixed with a shop vac, got an explosion, and he suffered burns on 70% of his body.
And then in '93, there was a guy cleaning a propane tank on a train, and he set it off. He died. So what do you think? The myth that big bad things are going to happen if you use shop vac around explosive fuels?
Yeah, we'll file it under operator error.
Let's hope that they've told this to our resident pyromaniac. Tori's been on a mission to build a jet engine out of vac parts and household items. With the fuel injection sorted and a cone in place to accelerate the burning gases, it's almost time for liftoff.
Okay, it's ready to go. I have it all sealed up. I'm a little nervous. I think it might explode, but that's kind of cool too, right? All right, all I have to do next is hang it, and we'll fill it with gas and then ignite it. Look at that. Okay, this is good.
For once, the term not exactly rocket science couldn't be more wrong.
I'm gonna go fill the engine with gas, and then let's light this puppy.
T-minus 10 seconds.
Gas is on?
Which one's the igniter? This one. Okay.
Houston, we have a problem.
No, see, it's not lighting. I'm gonna pull the igniter out of the center and just stick it at the back exhaust, so it'll just ignite from there.
With the igniter directly in the gas stream, it's back to mission control.
Here we go, and ignition.
Uh-oh.
Why is it we always have this problem?
It's sparking, but not igniting the gas.
I'm gonna light it. We'll stick it on the C-stand. I'll ignite it, and we'll have an open flame at the end of the exhaust, because I don't know why it's not working now.
Okay.
Now that's got to work.
Here we go, gas on. All right, here we go.
It's moving, and it's on fire.
Well, it didn't really jet across the room.
Well, it was chained to the ceiling. The high speed shows that the flame igniter did the trick. Finally, the gas is lit. But this isn't just a burning fireball. Watch what happens when Tori switches on the vac. Now, just for a second, there's a hint of thrust. No mission to Mars, but not bad for this rocket intern.
Well, that was a cool flamethrower, not much of a jet engine.
Yeah, and the whole concept of a vacuum cleaner being a jet engine is all wrong. It goes against the principles that make jet engines. Vacuum cleaners create vacuums. That's low pressure. A jet engine works by creating more pressure, which completes the combustion. So it's just not practical.
So shop vac jet engine, totally busted?
Totally.
Good. Well, I feel better now.
Nice try, though.
Thanks.
Breaking a glass through amplification is simple. Now for the real test, as voice coach Vendera prepares to rock on for a world first. Could he become the first person in history to break a glass using his voice alone?
110%. I know I can do it. I don't have any doubt.
I mean, if we get this, this is like, that's huge. No one's ever caught this sort of thing on videotape before. No one has a confirmed report. And if our researchers can't find it, I mean, nobody can. Oh, I'm so psyched about this, I can't even tell you.
Time to go myth-busting and maybe make some history. Good job they stocked up on crystal. "12 glasses later, still no joy. Despite Jamie's confidence, it's beginning to look like this myth may just be busted. Vendera's got the tone, but not the power. The straw's jumping, but the glass is rock solid.
Well, Jimmy Vendera's going to take a little break. So I'm going to continue the ongoing process of making a fool out of myself and try it myself.
Let's not forget that Adam did break 2 with the amplifier.
I did it!
But this is a much tougher task.
Like, the best case scenario is that glass shatters in my face. How do you think that makes me feel?
Not sure he's got too much to worry about there.
I don't know if I can do it. Not surprisingly, I don't think I can do it.
Show's over for Adam, but Jamie Vendera's back for his encore.
Jamie, man, dude! That is a first on television.
A Mythbusters exclusive. 556 hertz, 105 decibels, and 20 attempts makes for a world first. History's been made, and it's been captured on high speed, so there's really no need to try this one at home.
Well, that's it. We proved that there is a tone that you can use to match the resonant frequency of glass in order to shatter it. And most importantly of all, we proved for the first time that an unassisted human voice can actually generate that tone and shatter a glass. I'm amazed by that. You ready?
Well, that's another one busted, right?
No, it's not busted, it's confirmed, but we can still smash these.
Okay.
I win.
On this episode of Mythbusters, the Widowmaker. Could you build a jetpack from plans on the internet?
I'm ready to go, man.
Adam and Jamie rise to the challenge of their toughest ever myth.
I want liftoff this time.
And the build team suffers for science in the myth of pyramid power.
Baby, give us a kiss.
Who are the Mythbusters?
Am I missing an eyebrow?
Adam Savage.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
And Jamie Heineman.
Quack, damn you.
I wouldn't say Jamie's an evil genius.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
We're either going to die or we're going to fly.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Adam, we've got a really great story here. This is just the kind of thing that I love. This is a really difficult technical challenge. It's an engineering feat we've got to pull off here.
Absolutely. We have purchased some plans off the web that anybody could buy for under $100, and we're going to see if we can use those plans to build in our shop a personal, functional jetpack.
And of course, we only have, what, about $10,000 in a month?
Well, it wouldn't be Mythbusters without that kind of crunch, would it?
The quest to build a personal flying machine is as old as aviation itself.
It's my strong conviction that by utilizing these inner universal forces, we shall all be able to fly like the birds.
The Mythbusters are well qualified to join a procession of daredevil inventors hell-bent on avoiding traffic jams.
Step forward, lift your feet, good.
The track record isn't exactly encouraging. So is the idea of a homemade jetpack just a dream?
So what are we going to build here exactly? What do the plans say our jetpack looks like?
Well, I don't see any jet engines anywhere on this thing. What I see is a gas engine goes in the middle of your back and a couple of propellers inside some ducts.
So it's more of a vertical takeoff helicopter ducted fan housing kind of thing.
Yeah, it's smaller than a helicopter. It's something you could carry around, but that's the gist of it.
But it ain't no jet.
No jet.
It's actually a backpack powered by a 60 horsepower engine which drives 2 ducted fans. The cowlings create lift and thrust, and according to the designers, should be able to carry a 200-pound pilot. The plans are less than comprehensive, so it's a case of join the dots and fill in the gaps.
That's a funky thing about these plans. You do whatever the hell you want, and you're going to be flying around like crazy. It's great. You'll go 50 miles an hour.
With limited time and budget, Adam and Jamie will need all the help they can get. So the Mythbusters support team swings into gear.
I have a question about the Rotax 503 engine.
Jamie talks to aviation experts about the components spec'd in the plans.
Do you know of anybody that has followed these plans then that has actually flown? Oh yeah, it'd be extremely dangerous.
Then he crunches some numbers and comes up with a verdict.
Well, I'm actually encouraged that based on the considerable poking around that I've done with all of the major components, it is theoretically possible that this could work.
Can you see Jamie like this?
To their knowledge, nobody has ever flown a jetpack like this one. So Adam and Jamie hit the road to find out about some that have got airborne. They're meeting Nino Amarino, an expert in rocket packs.
Wow. Is this a jetpack?
No, this actually, it's a rocket pack. This actually uses rocket fuel and rocket engines. The actual engine is on top, and these are the nozzles, one on each side.
Well, it seems like a pretty simple unit as far as that goes. I mean, I'm sure there's more than meets the eye here, but what's the biggest difficulty about actually making this practical?
Well, it looks simple at first sight, although there have been over 100 people that have tried, and all of them have failed.
The first attempts to build modern rocket packs began in the 1950s and met with about as much success as the efforts earlier in the century. But the possibility of airborne infantry was enough to attract military dollars. The breakthrough came in 1961 with a device designed by Wendell Moore of Bell Aerosystems. As the operating envelope was extended, the rocket pack reached altitudes of 60 feet and speeds of up to 60 miles per hour. But it was too noisy, so the military pulled the plug on the project.
Everybody seems to be working at some feverish pitch to develop a personal flying device, you know, that everyone could be flying. This is some sort of utopian dream. Why do you think that is?
Well, actually, the main reason why it is something that everybody wants to build is because of all the flying devices that man has built, this is the only one that the regular Joe on the streets has not been able to duplicate yet.
Well, I tell you, I can understand why this is such a seductive idea to people because, you know, it's like, okay, I'm ready to go to work, honey. I'll see you later, you know. You know.
When Jamie grows up, he wants to be a rocket man.
I've never seen Jamie so happy in my life.
Fired up by the rocket pack, Adam and Jamie hit the scrap yards to search out raw materials for their own flying machine.
Look at these. Oh my God, this is great. This is the average American's 6-month supply of soda pop.
The towers of twisted metal loosen some of Adam's screws.
Right, well, I mean, this piece behind me, I call it the APHIS 2. And I mean, it's really about how confusing, you know, society is because, you know, it's all a jumble, isn't it?
In the world of scrap, Adam and Jamie are pin-ups, and they're mobbed by fellow enthusiasts.
So what are we building?
We're building a jetpack,
Oh,
personal jetpack.
Right.
Oh, we're either going to die or we're going to fly.
Well, let's hope you fly. Yeah.
They're looking for aluminum. The plan's recommended as light, tough, and perfect for aircraft.
Just machine a whole wing out of that.
It's funny what gets us excited, isn't it? I don't think I've ever seen a solid chunk of aluminum that big.
It's the second biggest piece of aluminum I've ever seen.
It just like gets me all worked up just looking at it.
After the obligatory drooling, the guys get down to the job at hand and come away happy shoppers.
You can't take Jamie and I to a place like this and have us just leave with what we came for. This big plate of 16th-inch aluminum is going to be most of the structure on the backpack. This angle iron's going to be some of the cross structure along with the arms for actually steering and controlling. It's all really fantastically useful stuff, and I love working with aluminum. I'm delirious from the sun. I love aluminum. Aluminum, I love you.
Myth number 2 comes from ancient Egypt and involves a magical mathematical formula. According to some, the pyramids incorporate a sacred geometry, which helped to preserve the mummified remains of the pharaohs. Furthermore, they claim that this mystical math can work modern miracles, like keep fruit fresh or razor blades sharp. Apparently, they can even reinvigorate an overworked Mythbuster.
You know, normally we try and stay away from some of the oogie boogie myths, but it's time to go attack pyramid power. It is reputed to do everything from keep your razors sharp to keeping your milk and fruit fresh. And I think you two are the perfect people to take this test and see what we can do with it.
Well, as a true scientist, you do have to walk in with an open mind, without any preconceived notions, and put it to a very rigorous testing.
You guys are going to have to build a whole bunch of pyramids in a very short period of time. All right, I'm going to go back to sleep.
Nighty-night.
So, can the build team crack this cosmic code?
Where is that formula?
First, they must erect their own pyramids by following the instructions of New Age mythmongers.
That doesn't make sense.
It's all as clear as mud, so they decide to seek enlightenment from someone who walks the walk, true believer Jerry Tomlinson.
Okay, Jerry, so you're our self-proclaimed pyramid freak. We got lots of questions.
Okay. So you're totally convinced that there is power with these pyramids?
Oh, yeah. A guy in Czechoslovakia patented the Cheops razor blade sharpener. And he put razor blades under it, and they would dull razor blades, and they would be sharper, you know. And I tried it once. I was there for about a week and put it in. It seemed to be sharper.
Not that convincing, eh, Tori?
Do you think that the materials that the pyramid are made from have any effect on the experiment?
Well, copper is a real cool metal, but it's supposed to work. Yeah, maybe.
So I've
No, excuse me. No. I've been told that that's not true, because you can do it just the shape maybe what you use has some effect, but I think it's primarily the shape.
The build team leaves Jerry a little older, but none the wiser.
Look, you guys, we just got our mail order pyramid.
Ooh. Is this the one that's supposed to sharpen razor blades?
This is the one.
Wait a minute.
I think we've been had.
How much did we pay for this?
$38. I think we're the suckers.
Back at the shop, there's been a delivery. But if it does keep fruit fresh and razors sharp, $38 is money well spent. While apparently the material doesn't affect the pyramid's power, the dimensions do. For maximum potency, the model must be an exact scale of Egypt's Golden Pyramid. And this one, well, looks a little wonky.
I mean, here's our pyramid. Do you feel any power? Come here.
Don't point it at me. Don't aim it at me.
Come here. Let's put it over your head. Do you feel lightheaded?
I'm reading your thoughts right now.
And Tori's thinking that pyramid power could be a long way off. Personal jetpacks are everybody's dream. But is it utopia? Or could Joe Soap really build one in his garage? The Mythbusters are going to find out. They're on the trail of an ultralight engine at California Power Systems.
What can I do for you guys? Looking for a Rotex 503 dual carb. I understand you have one in stock.
Yep.
Could we have a look at it?
Sure, I can bring one out here.
This is the one spec'd in the plans, but Mike suggests a lighter and more powerful alternative, the water-cooled Rotex 583.
I can't see how this possibly couldn't push you off the ground. It has that much power.
Wow.
That's what we want.
That's what we want to hear.
It's not the exact engine specified in the plans, but it's close enough.
Any reasonable person with the dough would go for the Rotex 583. I mean, it's a lot more power for just about the same weight, actually a little bit less, and every pound counts here. In the trunk of this car is our chance for immortality.
That thing has about as much horsepower as this van does. And it's not going to be like strapping an automobile engine on your back.
Let's get back to the shop.
Let's make this sucker.
Back at M5, the build begins. And right from the get-go, Jamie's fired up.
This is exactly the kind of project that really motivates me personally. So I'm going to be losing some sleep over this one. Starting to look like an aircraft part.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
While Jamie works on the main structure of the backpack, Adam starts on the cowlings. Without them, the thrust generated by the propellers is dispersed. When the cowlings are added, the thrust is concentrated. They also create suction around their top edge, causing lift, like an airplane's wing. But the ducts only work if the clearance between propeller tips and cowling is less than 1/16 of an inch. According to the plans, the ducted fans should provide 500 pounds of thrust, more than enough to get Jamie airborne. Adam carefully cuts thin layers of roofing foam, which stack together igloo fashion to form the basic body of the cowling.
This appeals to both Jamie and I in a very sort of deep core level of interest for us. It is exactly the kind of thing that, once we did the research, we found out that no one's actually really flown one of these things that we can find. It would be amazing if we actually were able to build one to fly.
The cowling design seems solid enough, but Jamie's finding that the plans for the main body of the backpack have as many holes as the average tea bag.
There's stuff, the basic thing that's going on here is maybe not that wacky, but when I get into the details, it's like idiotic.
They call for the 90-pound engine to be bolted straight onto a wafer-thin aluminum sheet.
And this thing's just socked right in the middle of this 16th-inch sheet.
Yeah.
And the engine's on there.
A 62 horsepower engine.
Mounted on 16-inch aluminum. I'm not going to get near it with it operating.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way in hell I'm going to get in this thing. I mean,
it's terrifying.
The guys have got mixed feelings about the plans, which are a cocktail of the good, the bad, and the downright ugly.
It's like frustrating and almost disgusting how poor these plans are, and yet the stuff that he's kind of coming up with isn't all that bad.
While at first glance they seem easily like the work of a crazy person, it all seems, I mean, sort of crazily plausible that it could fly, but again, the devil is in the details.
In the interests of safety, Jamie adds a plate to strengthen the engine mounts. Then he blocks out the basic structure of the backpack.
Well, it looks like it ought to make sense.
The propellers arrive, specially made by a hovercraft manufacturer.
Hard to imagine these two picking you up off the ground, huh? It's gonna be like, I think that's about what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, well, onward and upward.
Despite their misgivings, it's not necessarily a case of pigs might fly.
Based on the initial number crunching that I've done, this thing could actually fly. And, you know, the fact that we haven't actually seen anybody flying with it is sort of like, what's going on here? Are we gonna like be the first ones?
The build team is testing the myth that pyramids have strange powers of preservation. They'll build 4 scale models in which they'll place some milk, half an apple, half a razor, and half a flower. The other halves, the controls, will sit outside the pyramids. According to the myth, their models must have pyramid-perfect dimensions to ensure any cosmic power is cranked up to the max.
Hey, Tori, it is going to be a golden pyramid.
And apparently, for the sharpest razors and freshest fruit, the pyramids must align with magnetic north. The build team really is doing all they can to test this loopy legend.
Should we cut these flowers off, put one in and one out?
Actually, we're going to take one of the flowers and we're going to slice it in half.
Carrie slices a rose with a razor, while Tori goes overboard on an apple with a chop saw. It's a clean cut, perfect, with a dirty blade, hardly a laboratory dissection. Carrie also sets up the milk for the preservation test, before moving on to something sharper.
I am dulling this razor so I can stick it into the pyramid and sharpen it.
The team places 1/2 of each item inside the pyramids, 1/3 of the way up. That's the location of the king's burial chamber in the real thing, and supposedly the locus of maximum power. Now, let the rotting commence. But first, another slightly more involved experiment.
Well, we're going to get Tori all shaved up with a razor designated for each side of his face. And then we're going to stick one of these inside the pyramid to see if possibly it gets sharper or gives him a cleaner shave on a daily basis.
So, for the next 2 weeks, Tori's going to be shaving for science.
All right, so I've shaven about the same on each side. They're about the same dullness, so we're gonna stick this one in the pyramid, this one outside of the pyramid, see if this one gets any sharper.
Like everything else, they're aligned to magnetic north and boosted in height. Now, the waiting begins.
For the sake of science,
yes.
Keep an open mind.
Mm-hmm.
St. Louis
It's 1 week into the Jetpack assembly.
Can you crash?
Yeah, I'll show you.
Let's crash into that cliff.
No, we're gonna go for the balloon.
Adam and Jamie are paying a visit to the Hiller Aviation Museum to learn more about personal flying machines. And who better to guide them around than a man named after a compass?
My name is North, East, West, N-O-R-T-H, E-A-S-T, W-E-S-T, and I'm director at the gallery at the Hiller Aviation Museum.
So, like, what happened to South? This is the granddaddy of jetpacks, the Hiller platform, named after its inventor, Stanley Hiller, and funded by the Office of Naval Research.
Is this one of the earliest ducted fan designs?
This is the earliest ducted fan. This is the first ducted fan that ever lifted a man.
Really?
Yes.
The Hiller platform was more magic carpet than jetpack, with the pilot standing above a single large ducted fan. The inaugural flight took place in strict secrecy in January 1955. But when the military went public later that year, the whole world wanted one.
I'd love one of these at home.
Well, the development cost on this back in the early 50s was still about $500,000, so it's another reason we all have one sitting at home. But I think safety more than anything.
And we're going to build one for a couple grand.
Even though the platform flew, the military saw it as unsafe and abandoned the project. Only 7 vehicles were ever built, but the principle of ducted fan-powered flight was off the ground. This solo trek device, developed in the 1990s, looks almost familiar.
Jamie, we don't need to build one of these. We already found one.
Like their work in progress, the Solo Trek is powered by a pair of ducted fans driven by a gas engine.
It's amazing to see it here because, I mean, you can just see the hand-built aspect of it. You know, once you start to really see the parts up close, it's really apparent that humans built it. I love that aspect.
This prototype never flew, but with military backing, its offspring were more successful. A Hollywood version of the Solo Trek device flew into action in the movie Agent Cody Banks, but it only soared with the help of special effects. In reality, this sort of performance is a long way off. This is the real thing on its maiden flight in November 2003. It took 7 years and $10 million just to get this far. So where does that leave the home builder?
North, have you heard the myth or idea that you could actually buy plans, really simple plans actually, for something quite like the Solo Trek here and build it yourself?
I have a whole drawer full of them.
Really?
Yes.
Well, do you know of anybody that's actually followed through and built the things?
Not with a vehicle like this. I've never seen anything like this type of lifting vehicle except for the Solo Trek.
Adam and Jamie leave the museum with mixed emotions. They've learned that ducted fan devices can fly, but only just.
Bags.
The project hangs in the balance. The Mythbusters have just 3 weeks left to build a jetpack from plans purchased off the internet. But the more time passes, the less confident they are about getting airborne.
I'd say 15% chance of someone levitating in any way, which is actually pretty high. But again, the math is all there, it's all in the details. You know what, I'm gonna lower that. I'd say a 5% chance that someone flies. 80% chance that this thing makes a hell of a racket, and 15% chance that there's some horrible, horrible disaster with it.
Meanwhile, Christmas has come early for Jamie.
Well, this is a great little engine, but we had a fan offer us another engine that's a little lighter, and yet it has the same power. I'm all about having a lighter engine, and so we're going to return this.
Jamie's also decided that he needs to make a major change to the plans.
Having been to the Hiller Aviation Museum, there's one consistent theme that keeps coming up, and that is that these devices have stability problems. And short of doing something really complicated and expensive, an idea that I had was to move the engine down low.
By lowering the engine and elongating the backpack, Jamie hopes to gain extra stability, if he can get airborne. He can't afford a gyro stabilizer, but focusing the weight lower down is the next best thing. Despite the new engine, the new design means a heavier machine, but Jamie doesn't seem concerned.
It's gonna be fun.
Day 10, and Adam checks his cowlings, which he's left to set overnight.
There we go. One cowling. I'm quite pleased with it. This thing's gonna be mounted one here and one here. I'm ready to go, man.
He's built a turntable so he can lathe the foam cowlings into a ducted fan shape with maximum precision.
So it actually seems to work okay. It leads me to understand that there's a lot of work to do to finish this.
Several hours later, Adam's feeling down. You know, blue.
This is awful. The hard part about doing two is that once you finish one, you're only halfway there.
Each cowling takes Adam 8 hours of solid sanding and shaping. The clock is ticking, but on balance, he's pleased.
All told,
Any average Joe could do this in their shop for about, like, you know, $75 worth of material. And that's kind of the myth we're testing here. You know, can your average Joe do this?
Jamie's been making good progress on his backpack extension. He's lowered the engine and fitted the elongated drive shaft.
Perfect.
Right on cue, the Jetpack's drive system arrives.
What we have here are the pulleys that will be mounted onto each propeller. This would be a drive belt, and each propeller has one of these that goes from its hub to the central hub on the engine, and this would be the central hub.
While Jamie installs the power transmission,
Early go-go dancing training.
Adam is psyching himself up for the next stage of cowling construction, vacuum bagging.
I'm actually a bit nervous.
It's an aeronautical fiberglassing technique designed to provide maximum strength with minimum weight. First, a layer of Kevlar. It's the material used in bulletproof vests.
It won't add much weight, but it'll add a lot of strength in case of a catastrophic failure.
He covers the entire foam cowling with strips of carbon fiber, which he coats in resin.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. I'm very pleased.
Then a layer of peel ply.
My back is killing me, though. It's like a real workout noise. Moving around, bending over, turning around, doing this.
Finally, absorbent cloth to soak up the excess resin.
God, I hope this works.
The bag is placed around the cowling, and Adam connects the vacuum pump. The pressure squeezes the resin into any air pockets, providing pound for pound the strongest possible finish. And finally, the pièce de résistance, an impromptu oven in the form of an electric blanket.
And that's how you do it.
Adam leaves the cowling to bake overnight and heads back to the backpack where Jamie's ready for a balance test.
I think we're ready to see how it hangs.
All right.
Can these be cinched up tighter? I need them like...
I'm uncomfortable with all this contact with your groin.
Contact.
Lowering the engine seems to have paid off.
It actually kind of came out like I'd hoped. The engine is balancing off the body weight in the front, the way that it's all kind of configured, which is honestly not too far different than what the original plans were.
All right, so you guys ready for a break? Let's go.
All right. Catch you later, Jim.
Bye, Jimmy. See you around.
Adam splits to unwrap his cowlings, and he seems, well, pleased.
Oh, that outside edge looks pretty good. Oh, I'm really pleased about this. You know what, Jamie?
What?
I'm kind of pleased.
Yep, he's pleased.
I am psyched.
A final layer of epoxy gives a pleasing finish.
I'm pretty bloody pleased with how smooth it is. I slept in them last night, so I might look a little pleased.
There's just 10 days left, but when the first cowling goes on, so does the light at the end of the tunnel.
Hold on, I want to stand back and look at this. God damn.
Honey, I'm home.
Just in time for some important visitors. Inspectors from the Federal Aviation Authority, the FAA.
Thanks for coming down, guys.
They're here on official duty to classify the Jetpack. Unofficially, they're just plain curious.
So what do you guys think? How airworthy does it look to you?
It's like no aircraft I've ever seen.
Would you guys fly?
Absolutely not.
No. You know, although we haven't been able to get them on the phone, do you have a message for the guys who sell these plants?
I'm just concerned for your safety. Really, if you were going to actually fly this around, just because it's so unproven.
That's the bad news. The good news is that the Jetpack gets an ultralight classification, which means a green light for an unregulated test flight.
The verdict was great. This loophole occurs where if it's under a certain weight, you can strap whatever you want to your back and fly it as long as you fly it out of their airspace that they care about, and as long as you don't hurt any other people.
The final week of construction is a mad rush to finish on time.
What a racket!
The cowlings are secured in place, and directional vanes are attached. Jamie makes another change to the plans by adding reinforcement struts to support the ducted fans. Finally, he installs the armrests, joysticks, and throttle control. As the clock runs down, the stress levels go up.
This is the expression I'm going to keep on making during this. Like that.
Exactly 4 weeks after they started the build, they roll out the Jetpack to the test site at the front of the shop.
Damn, this is a sexy machine.
It's been a month of moving mountains. Have the Mythbusters pulled off a miracle of amateur aeronautics? Or is this Jetpack a dead duck?
You know, we've been working on so many parts of this for a combined total of 4 weeks now. It's the longest build we've ever done on Mythbusters. And I'm really, really psyched to see it go. I'm a little scared, but mostly I'm completely psyched. I mean, even if this thing's a miserable failure, I'm tickled pink.
The build team are testing whether pyramids have mystical powers. Can they really keep fruit fresh and razors sharp? While they wait for things to rot or not, Tori's off to the barber's.
Oh, this is not cool.
Do you think it's me or the razor?
I don't know.
Okay, I think we're done on that side.
Pyramid side done, but the torture continues with the control. So, was there a difference?
The left side definitely felt duller
Really?
than the right side. I'm just glad this whole experience is over.
The left side was duller? Well, maybe there is something to pyramid power after all. Let's check up on the rest.
Something about rotting milk and rotting apple that just grosses me out.
The milk's turning to cheese, but that's not all that's happening.
The apple in this one is actually rotting at a slower rate than that one.
I know.
Feel the power, man. I don't know. I'm so bummed. This Oogie Boogie stuff is actually working.
Like it or not, the apples are rotting at different rates. Is this pyramid power at work, or has the apple experiment gone pear-shaped? Time to consult an Egyptologist.
What do you know about the power of the pyramid?
Well, the myth is that the shape itself was part of the process of preserving the body of the king. And by extension, I suppose there are people who think that it preserves just about anything placed inside of it. As far as I know, in ancient Egyptian thinking, there's no evidence that they thought about that at all.
Could the mummy's curse spell the end for pyramid power? Dr. Manning reckons that it's mummification that preserved the bodies of Egyptian kings, not the shape at all. So how's the apple getting on?
Well, it's been 15 days.
This one is definitely rotting at a slower rate than this one.
The pyramid apple defies logic. It's kept its color, its shape, and it's mold-free.
Flowers seem to be doing the same thing. They're both dried out. There's no real difference. I don't see any difference.
And how about the milk?
Oh my God! There's like little critters. There's little critters crawling around in there. Yeah.
Is there any in those?
Yeah, they're little maggots.
Milk maggots are Mother Nature's use-by date, but razor blades can be tested with technology.
We've brought our razor blades here to the California Academy of Sciences to see if we can put them under the electron microscope, see if the pyramid has had any effect on them. Hi, Scott.
Hi.
Carrie, I'm with the Mythbusters.
Glad to meet you.
Scott's a guru of the electron microscope. First, the control razor at 2,500 times magnification.
It's just hard to believe that this little forest right here is the edge of a razor blade.
The roughness means the razor's edge is blunt. So what about the pyramid razor?
They look pretty much identical to me.
Side by side, photos show how similar they are. At 3 magnifications, they're almost identical. And they're both different from a brand new blade. So pyramid power sharpening seems pretty ineffectual. Would Tori agree?
All right, so this is day 16, the last day of our experiment.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
First up, the control razor.
Ow. It's not very sharp at all.
It's actually kind of hard to watch.
It's as blunt as a bowl of pudding.
You want to go for the pyramid?
Yeah, hopefully that will be sharp.
I hope for your sake pyramid power works.
Why? I thought you enjoyed seeing me in pain.
Of course not. How's that feel?
This is like no better than the other one. It's just as dull. It's like pulling hairs out of my face. It sucks. This thing is not sharp at all. I need a real razor.
Tori exits for medical help.
Oh man, I'm sure glad that this myth is over.
Dude, are you all right?
Well, does it look like I'm all right? I would have to say that this part of the myth is totally busted.
I think your face is busted.
But his mojo's still working.
Baby, give us a kiss. You don't find me hot like this?
You look like hell.
The Mythbusters' quest to build a flying jetpack has taken them to Davis, California, home of the Muller Skycar.
Oh man, I have to have one of these. Look, they can fit my kids in here too.
Dr. Paul Muller has spent half a century and $200 million trying to develop a flying car. According to Muller, this is the future.
Is this something that I'd be able to purchase eventually and, like, you know, fly it in San Francisco to my job?
Well, I believe, as Dr. Daniel Golden, the ex-head of NASA, that this vehicle will be in the hands of 25% of the population within 10 years. And he said, he went on further and he said be within 90% of the population within 25 years.
If he's right, it won't be long before we're flying to work, like George Jetson. For decades, inventors have been promising air vehicles, but the hard fact is they're still science fiction.
What do you think? Is this all a hoax or what?
No, I think this is cool. We need these things. Unless we want to pave the whole planet, you know, and put roads everywhere, it's like the highways are getting too full. Yeah. What else are you going to do?
Build your own jetpack, of course. In just 1 month, Adam and Jamie have built their own from plans purchased on the internet. Now, the moment of truth has arrived.
I'd give this device about a 25% chance of actually working reasonably well. The other 75% chance, I would say, is catastrophic failure. And there is a 100% chance that I am not going to be flying around untethered on this thing.
The jetpack remains potentially deadly, so Buster steps up to the plate. Meanwhile, Adam's having an attack of the clear light of days.
I don't know what illusions Jamie might be under. I've been pretty clear all along that this thing has a very, very tiny chance of actually functioning. I give it 10% that it actually is. 10% I'm probably being really generous. Let's say 2% that it's a viable flying machine.
So the clever money's on gravity. With catastrophic failure always an option on Mythbusters, the guys take the usual precautions.
Now it's time to see if Buster can actually rise up in this thing. This is the first official flying test of the Widowmaker. All right, starting up when you're ready, Jimmy.
Okay, go ahead.
Buster's wife should be checking his life insurance right about now.
Spin up probably to about 4,500 RPM, and Jamie's just checking the system out, seeing if anything's abnormally hot.
Everything looks cool, so Jamie opens the throttle. It's all systems go. Countdown begins. The Widowmaker dances on the launch pad. A tantalizing sign of lift, but takeoff is aborted. Jamie thinks the fuel mixture may be too rich.
I'm getting, my eyes are really stinging, and we weren't reaching full RPM. I think there's a throttle high speed
throttle needle on it.
Okay.
Adjustment.
The engine is not reaching its power band, so they do some fine-tuning, adjust the throttle cable, and prime the carburetors for another shot at immortality. The power of ancient Egypt. The build team have been trying to harness the mystical force of the pyramids and have unearthed a bit of a surprise.
All right, guys, you've been testing for a couple of weeks now. I want to ask you about how some of these tests did. The milk.
Busted.
Let's see, the razor blade.
That was busted.
And the flour.
Busted. You
Okay.
couldn't tell any difference.
The apple.
Well, there was a little difference.
Really?
It seemed that the one inside the pyramid rotted at a much slower rate.
There's no getting away from it. The pyramid apple isn't exactly crisp and juicy, but it's not as shriveled as the control. But there may be a non-mystical explanation. Tori forgot to sterilize the blade of the chop saw when he split the apple, and may have given the two halves different microbial loads. So there's got to be one last test, this time with whole apples to avoid contamination. They're polished with bleach, then put under a UV light, a WMD for microbes. And in a fit of geometrical enthusiasm, they decide to test cube power too.
If there's anything to pyramid power, this should be the setup. We'll find out.
With everything pointing north, the apples are left to sit for 4 months. Time to put this pyramid puzzle to bed.
Okay, that's pyramid. This is the control. That's nothing. And this is cube. Well, it's obvious that cube power is really bad for you.
But what about the other two?
I'm just gonna take some representative samples. Pyramid, regular. I'm looking at the one in the pyramid, I'm looking at the one out in open air, and I don't see any appreciable difference.
I'd agree.
So I think that's myth busted.
Can we call this myth busted, please? And can we not do any more of these Oogie Boogie myths?
Back at the launch pad, Adam and Jamie have retuned the Jetpack's engine. And it's time for a second bite at the levitation cherry.
Here goes. I want liftoff this time.
Round 2. This time, the engine hits the butter zone. Jamie's whiskers are twitching. The tachometer reaches 5,600 RPM. Gravity's got a fight on its hands. The jetpack leaves the ground. It's almost flying. But gravity wins out. Close, but no cigar.
It's getting to the borderline.
Right there, yeah, no, I can tell, it's right there. We've got 5,600 RPM on that last one. We are at the power band, we are at the maximum output of this engine. We have too much weight. As far as the overall design, everything is functioning as it should, except the entire machine. The engine is performing beautifully. It's all functioning. It's just, at this point, we're just too heavy.
According to Jamie, weight is not the main issue. It's thrust.
We were given to understand we would get 500 pounds of thrust. This thing does not weigh 500 pounds. Why is it not getting off the ground? There's some kind of a thing with, the only place that I can point to is something to do with the efficiency of the ducts.
They attempt to maximize thrust by adding a layer of balsa between the propeller tips and the cowlings. The smaller the gap, the larger the thrust.
Oh, did you see that? Was that sexy or what?
A thread test confirms that the airflow into the ducts is smooth and uniform. So they should be getting the correct thrust and lift.
Perfect!
But even with the modifications, the guys decide to lower the bar.
Keep your comments to yourself.
And remove Buster from the hot seat.
Okay.
Take that!
It's a retreat, but Jamie's philosophical.
This is an ambitious project, after all. You know, this is something that I keep saying, like, somebody out there is spending tens of millions of dollars and decades of work developing a device like this.
With Buster out of the picture, the Jetpack is 190 pounds lighter. It's now or never.
All right, are you ready?
I think we're ready. Okay, go ahead.
Test number 3.
Chalks away, but will it be liftoff? It's trying, but it ain't flying. The game's finally up.
It's not even providing all that much lift on its own. If it was correctly balanced, it would be flying on it without anything on it, but not with a whole lot of access.
In other words, without a pilot. Even so, Jamie can't resist having a go in the Widowmaker. Mrs. Heineman, you should look away now.
I have a sneaking feeling this is going to, like, not exactly tickle in a certain unmentionable region, but it's going to be vibrating like crazy down there. What the hell are you writing out there?
Pilot to Bombardier, do you read? Over. Are you good?
Yeah.
Looks like Jamie's going to be driving to work for a while yet.
How did that feel, man?
Well, the main thing that it feels like is that I'm in some kind of a mixer or something. I mean, it's like your whole body is just like at a really high frequency vibration here. It's just that alone is enough to make me not want to fly around in this. I mean, it really is ridiculous.
Seeing Jamie in the machine is just amazing. He really does, you know, with the mustache, end up looking like one of those turn-of-the-century guys in the huge flying machine that goes off the ramp and off the cliff.
And unfortunately, he's met with about as much success as those magnificent men in their flying machines.
We're both exhausted of this project. I believe, I'm personally exhausted of this project.
We've done all due diligence on making this thing work based on the information we've had, but it's nowhere in the ballpark. And I don't get it. I'm mystified.
So how did we do?
Well, we didn't get off the ground, so I guess we failed, as much as I hate to admit it.
But we succeeded, I think, in busting a myth.
Yeah, there's no way that the average Joe could take those plans and get off the ground with them. They were incredibly sparse. There wasn't enough data. There weren't enough details.
They were drawn on cocktail napkins.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
What do you think? Do you think at some point in the future we will be flying personal jetpacks to work?
I don't think so. There's one really important thing to keep in mind about this type of device, and that is that you have no backup. If you have a failure, you're going down like a stone. You're going to die. And for that reason, I don't think that you're going to be riding around in a personal jetpack anytime in the near future at all.
So, myth totally busted.
Yeah, totally busted.
On this episode of Mythbusters,
what are your plans, my master?
Dial E for electrocution.
We're going to take over the world.
Oh, yes.
Could using a phone in a thunderstorm result in a call from the Almighty?
I'm feeling really Miami Vice right now.
Is it a boating blunder or a time-saving triumph? On the water with a new set of wheels? And it's a Civil War baby boom. Can getting shot get you pregnant? Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
And Jamie Heineman.
I kind of like it in here. It's private.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
That was intense.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Jamie, I know the phone wasn't invented when you were born, but you know, about the time you were growing up, were you ever told to stay off the phone in a lightning storm?
Yes, actually, we were told to stay off the phone, out of the shower, don't go under a tree, don't go out in the middle of a field with a large metal pole.
Yeah, that would be bad. Well, all the ones that occur inside a house that we've heard, from staying off the phone to staying out of the shower, we're going to test on this myth. Should you be on the phone in a lightning storm?
Here's the theory. Lightning strikes your house, or the phone or power cables leading to it, and it looks for the quickest way to the earth. Usually that's through a ground wire. But failing that, conductive wiring, or metal plumbing is the fastest route. And if you happen to be hooked up to that... But can it actually happen? To find out, the Mythbusters need a house and lightning. The second part sounds tricky. But it turns out they're in luck. Pacific Gas and Electric has a facility specifically built to test the impact of lightning strike on electrical equipment.
Jamie, I think
my house?
I think you should live here, man. It's great to visit a place that looks exactly like you think it should.
Yeah, it's a great place to recharge after a hard day's work. You need lots of space and lots of electricity.
They need so much electricity here, they use generators to make their own. So they don't black out all the houses for miles around.
This would be called man's feeble attempt to generate lightning. We can't even come close to generate what Mother Nature can generate.
Well, good for Mother Nature. How much can you generate?
What we can generate here is up to 700,000 volts at about 500,000 watts.
A real lightning bolt has more than 100 million volts, but 700,000 should do the trick. Now, before they get to fool about with lethal electricity, they need to build their stunt house.
We need a dial telephone, 2-inch conduit.
Yeah, might have that.
Roofing shingles. What about telephone jack and telephone wires?
The Building Resource Center is where old houses come to rest in pieces. You want it? Chances are they've got it. And also stuff you didn't know you wanted till you found it.
There we go. Jamie, I think we might have finally found a way to control me. There you go.
Come here. Come on.
They aren't horsing around here. The stunt house has to be as close as possible to the real thing. Plumbing, wiring, and of course, the phone.
Okay, I found it.
Do you have... Wow, look at that.
I have to keep it in storage because this is the red phone. When this rings, you don't know what's going to happen.
Hello, Batman. Batman, it's Commissioner Gordon. Oh, this is great.
And sooner than you can say, holy Heideman's handyman, our dynamic duo is ready to start swinging hammers.
The sample house I'm going to build is actually going to be fairly mobile. It's going to be on wheels. It's going to have full plumbing, full code electricity, exactly imitating what a house has. With a roof, with a pitched roof and shingles and exterior siding and everything like that. It's going to be pretty cool.
It's an old-fashioned Mythbusters barn raising.
Ah! I should have put it on while I was down.
Ta-da!
There's even a shower, complete with its own tank and pump.
Oh, yeah. That works.
Yeah.
But now, the all-important issue of wiring.
The total goal of this experiment is to make this house entirely accurate to the exterior of a house. And we're not actually trying to imitate what happens when lightning hits a house. We want to see what happens when lightning hits the wiring to a house and where those electricity jolts might actually travel. I mean, mostly wiring is just about following a path correctly, understanding the closed circuit, and then everything's pretty simple. It's just when you start distributing it, it gets pretty complex pretty fast. That's a really kind of scary junction, isn't it?
In fact, it's often pretty scary when Adam has anything to do with electricity.
Come on! How hard is it to get a light bulb to light?
This is hot because I wanted to make sure it worked.
Question: how many Mythbusters does it take to change a light bulb?
I'm getting 120 volts, I'm just not getting any current.
Answer: just one. But you'll need to call in a certified electrician to make it work.
There we go. Well, that was easy. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hopefully, we're not going to have any more problems before the test.
So I'm not sure.
Stephen runs an eye over the entire setup and finds the wiring does meet California's building codes.
You sure this is plugged in?
I'm sure that it's plugged in. Stephen, have you heard the myth or the tale that you should stay off the phone or stay out of the shower or not watch television or work on a computer during a lightning storm?
I can see the telephone or electric devices because if there's a strike in the house and you get a big surge, that would not be good for anything that's connected with wire in the house, be that a computer. I've certainly heard about people's computers pretty much melting and frying down. I've heard about problems with telephones, but I've never actually seen the melted pieces and held them in my hand.
Our little shotgun shack is all ready to go. We've got the computer set up, we've got 2 kinds of phones, we've got a television, we've got wall switches, plugs, junction boxes, everything to code, plus a shower that will be fully grounded. And we're ready to shoot lightning bolts at this thing. I mean, I've been ready to shoot lightning bolts at it from the beginning, but now we're officially ready.
And so Adam and Jamie will take their new home on the road. Its destiny is electrifying. But first, the Mythbusters have a date with history. It's a Civil War story to shrivel the confidence of any man.
Struck by a bullet in the family jewels.
And stun any woman.
And caused her to become, in a family way.
Was there ever a pregnancy from making war, not love?
Guys, it's been a long time coming, but it's finally time to do.
Son of a gun.
Exactly.
All right.
One of the oldest and most bizarre medical myths. The story is about a young Civil War cavalryman who is shot by a musket ball. The bullet hits his tibia, ricochets off his tibia, goes right through his family jewels, and then pierces the womb of a woman standing on her porch watching the battle from 150 yards away. This bullet apparently still carried some viable genetic material because, as the story goes, she found herself very embarrassingly pregnant.
No.
Yes. Either they fell in love and got married, or he felt some sense of cosmic obligation, and they had several children together, and as the doctor stated, none of them looked as much like the soldier as the first one.
This story was first written up in the fancy American Medical Weekly in 1874. Which leaves the Mythbusters 2 questions to answer. Could a bullet ricochet like that? And could the genetic material survive the trip? Let's face it, it was Civil War. They were strange, momentous times. Soldiers marched their way into history, armed with muskets and bayonets. And a changed nation was born. So why not a son of a gun? Turns out this is the perfect time to test this myth conception. There's a massive Civil War recreation going on not far from home base.
We have a Civil War event here in Kearney Park in Fresno. It's the largest Civil War event in the western United States. We're hoping to give people a taste of their history and their heritage.
Company commander, front center. You're going to hold it just like this, and you're going to turn that cartridge upside down over the barrel.
Stand still here, and someone will regale you with Civil War facts you never knew, and probably didn't need to.
You'll then pull your hammer back one click to half cock. You then remove that.
It's ideal for the build team. They want to recreate this story exactly, starting with the gun.
Fire!
This rifle is a replica of an Enfield rifle musket, and this is a very typical weapon used during the Civil War by both armies. The story goes that, as I understand it, that it was a mini ball bullet that actually hit this cavalryman, and that's the bullet this weapon uses. This bullet was propelled by about 70 grains of black powder.
This weapon has a muzzle velocity of 1,000 feet per second, and a good marksman could hit a target 900 yards away.
I feel like charging right about now.
Look at this, Tori. You look excellent.
So they have their gun, but they say clothes maketh the man.
Oh, yeah.
What was the well-dressed gunshot victim wearing during the Civil War?
This is a pair of trousers that a Union soldier would be wearing. It is made of wool, as you can feel.
Wow. What about the underwear?
Soldiers, and of course anybody during that period, wore what was called long johns, and it was an overall piece. You know, a top and the bottom part connected.
And they even wore them during the summer?
No, wore them during the summer.
Whoa.
Now, something for the lady of the house. Something retro, maybe, with just a hint of immaculate conception.
She would have pantalettes and a chemise. She'd wear her corset over the top of that, and then she would have 4 to 5 petticoats, and then she'd put her dress on.
Tight.
Apparently, people weren't in such a hurry back then. And as the troops ready themselves for battle, the build team has learned enough to start work on its own Civil War recreation of the reproductive kind.
When they say they're measuring out 70 grains of black powder, they're not actually talking about individual grains. 70 grains is going to be measured in this powder measure here.
Carrie's scaring the neighbors as she perfects the black powder cartridges.
Well, looks like it works.
No human error can be involved here. We have to get this right. So I'm going to make a gun mount, a gun holder, that we can aim really precisely.
More than a mount, Scotty aims to fit that old musket with a genuine Civil War laser sight.
We're gonna make one with a human bone that's dried, and then one with the veal bone, the little baby cow bone.
For his part in all this, Buster's getting a new leg, a real bone suspended in ballistics gel. Yes, Buster's going to take another one for the team. But there's already a problem with his uniform.
No, you just ripped that, Tori. Oh, man. Buster, you got a big old hole in your backside.
To be honest, with the experiments the Mythbusters are planning, a hole in his backside is the least of Buster's worries. Well, we all knew it would happen one day.
What are your plans, my master?
We're going to take over the world.
Oh, yes. Yes.
The evil scientist in Jamie and Adam has finally busted loose. They're about to wreak massive global havoc. They'll start conservatively with this little playhouse. They've brought it to Pacific Gas and Electric's testing facility to tackle the myth that lightning can travel down your home's wiring or pipes and kill you while you're on the phone or in the shower.
So this is the arc. This is what the arc will actually come off of.
This facility can generate up to 700,000 volts, but by using half that, they'll get more amps. It's that flowing current that does the damage. And since everyone's feeling pretty good about being alive, Chip, the ballistics gel dummy, will be taking hits for the team. The gel has similar electrical resistance to human flesh, and Chip is grounded to the earth like a person standing up.
This electrode will give us about 200,000 volts. Now that's enough to make it jump across the 2 feet here, through these wires, down either into the electrical box here or through the phone lines.
Our test subject here, Chip, is set up with a phone strapped to his ear. We've also taped in some gunpowder in a little paper baggie here. And finally, we have our Mythbusters patented heart paddle current meter setup, where we've got 2 copper paddles set up right where the heart would be. And if we read more than 6 milliamps of current across these lines, we know we've got a dead guy.
The Mythbusters have added a couple of common appliances for realism, but connecting to mains power during a test would be dangerous, so they're left off.
I mean, we'll be able to see what the effect on a television or your computer is if you've got it plugged in during a thunderstorm. But unfortunately, we won't be able to have them running during our test.
I think what's going to happen when we zap the house is that we're going to see this nice long arc jumping from the electrode into the house. We may see a few little things sizzling and burning, and if we're lucky, we'll find a pathway that could realistically happen that will, show up on the meters as potential death.
We've done our best to duplicate in several different iterations what kind of wiring a lightning bolt is likely to encounter, but it's very unpredictable stuff, and even the guys here aren't exactly sure what will happen.
The only thing the experts can be sure about in this test is they don't want to be standing anywhere near it when it happens.
Barricade it off from a safe distance from the structure. The barricade position that people down here will have to stay behind during the test. Okay?
Here's how this will work. Electricity can jump through air. Every 10,000 volts adds about 1 centimeter to the distance.
Closing 200 over 5.
With the electrode in this position, when the charge reaches between 200,000 and 300,000 volts, it will zap across to the house. It's a waiting game as the charge builds. Their mad scientist fantasy is coming to life. That was 300,000 volts straight into the house's wiring. It generates an electromagnetic pulse strong enough to throw our remote camera out of focus.
No smoking, no sparks.
No smoke, no sparks, no sparks from the phone.
Incredibly, Chip's phone call is uninterrupted.
Well, everything seems just like we left it. No problem, no reaction whatsoever. I don't think he got any current.
The jolt exited straight out the ground wire standard to most homes. But remember, this shock is much smaller than real lightning. So Adam will help it by creating the worst possible scenario.
What I'm going to do is, there's no facility in the world can generate both the voltage and the amperage of an actual lightning bolt. Both together make this massive amount of electricity that will crawl across all sorts of wires. So I'm going to start cutting some grounds to the electrical wiring system and try and guide the electricity over to our person to see what would happen to the phone. There we go.
So, now minus the ground wire. Can that thin telephone cord carry a fatal charge?
100 kV. It's hot. It's going up in voltage.
150,000. 200,000.
200,000.
220. 230.
That actually worked.
That was beautiful.
The lightning arced from the mouthpiece into Chip's head, setting off Jamie's charge. The jolt finding its way with disturbing accuracy.
That was awesome. I can't believe that works so well.
Are we clear?
Do you want us to put out the fire?
I'll just blow it out.
Well, that worked like a charm. Did it fry the ear too?
No, it doesn't look like it did anything with the ear.
No, it didn't do anything with the ear. So a new phone, it arced through the mouthpiece and into the body. That's pretty serious.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's it right there as far as I'm concerned. You know, this is a standard phone. It arced through the mouthpiece of the phone. That's a lot of current to go through gel. So,
well, we can check and see what kind of current it is.
Yeah.
Remember, 6 milliamps across Chip's heart paddles would indicate a fatal shock. But there's a problem. The meter's blown.
We had it set on the 40 milliamp setting, which is more than enough to kill you. If it fried the fuse of this meter, that was a lot more than 40 milliamps going through it, and that's a dead guy.
Works for me.
So it seems it's myth confirmed. Even with a modern phone and modern wiring, you can be struck by lightning. As a second test, they'll try an older phone and an older style fuse box.
Closing 200 over 2, going up.
That sound is kind of ominous, isn't it?
That frying egg sound of the ozone.
200,000.
This time, Jamie's gunpowder didn't ignite, but Chip's was definitely hit, and the meter blew again.
We definitely still got continuity through the body and into the ground.
Well, I'm satisfied. Phones will do it. Phones and lightning.
Phones and lightning, bad, bad, bad.
Lightning fatality statistics bear that out. On average, about 75 Americans are killed by lightning each year, with 2% of those people talking on the phone at the time. The only good news for Chip's next of kin, powered up, the TV and computer still work fine.
I think it's time to move on to see if showers and lightning are a similarly deadly combination.
Let's do it.
Okay.
So, Chip's electrifying adventures continue, thrown out of the frying pan and into the shower.
There we go. That is too funny. People have written into the site and specifically told us that they were always warned as children never to take a shower during a thunderstorm. We have grounded plumbing, which is running near electrical wire. We're hoping for a short between the electrical wire and the plumbing. And then our guy here, I've put a ground wire directly into him. This is basically equivalent to if you're standing in the shower and you're standing on the drain, which is also grounded. It looks beautiful.
Now, the guys learned in the third rail myth that fluid streams aren't great conductors. The liquid breaks up, so there's no direct path. But at these voltages, who knows?
They're ready to go. Ramp it up.
140 kV.
It's a lot.
Okay, proceed and close 200 over 2.
Okay, we're up to 243, almost 250 kV.
I hear it. Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
It's amazing.
I'm not sure what I saw, but I saw it.
Only the Mythbusters could manage to start a fire in the shower.
There you go. Here.
So, Chips is saved from the fire, but was he already toast? The meter is inconclusive again. The electromagnetic pulse that messed with our camera could be frying it too. Even so, there seems little doubt you don't want to be in the shower during a storm.
I don't care what the meter says. We're not even remotely approaching the actual strength of real lightning, and nobody can, and yet we're getting these massive arcs dancing across this guy's body.
Arcs the size of boa constrictors that are kind of like wiggling right next to you. You kind of get the hint that there's going to be a problem there somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. I'm looking at phone confirmed, shower plausible.
I'd say that's a safe bet. That amount of voltage and power can go anywhere, and so if you have a lightning storm, you want to minimize the possibility of exposure to the bolts.
Stay away from things that can conduct lightning to you. Appliances can do it, water can do it, your plumbing can do it. Stay away from those things. I think we're done.
The Civil War was the bloodiest conflict on American soil. 4 years, 600,000 dead. But amid all that misery, could a life have been created? Was there a son of a gun?
There was a gentleman out on the battlefield, and he was struck by a bullet in the family jewels.
Continues on, hits a young lady in the abdomen and impregnates her.
Just for now, forget making a baby. Could a bullet even make the journey from leg to, well, a private's privates?
Cavalrymen oftentimes fought dismounted. It's very hard to hit anything sitting on a horse. Horses move. When they dismount, they tend to kneel. It gives them better accuracy, a position like so. All right? So, if someone is firing at me, the bullet hits me in the lower leg, continues on, and who knows what's behind me.
So it looks plausible. And now Buster gets to play the unhappiest cavalryman in the world in what will be the first of 2 tests. The Mythbusters need to see if a mini ball fired from their Enfield musket could pass through a leg and still have enough energy to fly on for hundreds of yards.
3, 2, 1. Oh, low.
Low and to the left.
Come a little more left.
Civil War expert and marksman Jim Mitchell is helping adjust the sights. But darned if they just don't keep missing.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Do you think the laser's jiggling when we fire it?
Could be the recoil, yeah.
Come to our to your left, half inch.
Good.
There.
Perfect.
3, 2, 1.
It's low and to the right this time.
It was a lot lower.
Ay, ay, ay.
All right, well, clearly modern technology is not helping us out here. We're gonna have to do this old-fashioned way. Think you can pull off this shot?
Sure.
There you go, sir.
Very good.
We've got Buster set up with a artificial calf, which is ballistics gel with a real tibia and fibula in it. Jim's going to aim for that, and we're going to catch on this grid back here a high-speed shot of what that bullet's exit velocity is.
If Jim hits the leg in exactly the right point and the bullet leaves, we will be able to measure the speed that it leaves at and be able to tell whether it would be possible for the bullet to travel the other 150 yards and hit the woman.
So in the interests of ballistic investigation, Buster gets a brand new leg. But long and bitter experience has taught him not to get too attached to his limbs. And that is especially the case today.
All right. In 3, 2, 1.
We have pieces of bone.
Traveling 1,000 feet per second, the mini ball passed straight through Buster's leg, blowing out a piece of bone on the way.
It looks like it went through the ballistics gel and it just collapsed. All right, let's get another leg over here.
They've prepared several legs with different types of bone for comparison. And despite the vintage weapon, Jim is deadly accurate every time.
That feels like a bone hit to me. I don't know.
Completely
Do you think that was
shattered
it?
at the bottom, yes.
That
Yep.
was the most recent hit?
Yes.
All right.
So, and right on center.
Even passing through leg and bone, the bullet's still too fast for the high speed, around 1,000 feet per second.
Well, whatever the speed it actually is going, the bottom line is this. We know that the bullet is capable of actually going through all the clothing, penetrating the bone and the flesh, and still keeping going at a deadly velocity.
Absolutely.
So,
the myth is not busted right here where we thought it might be.
Yeah.
It's passing right through all that stuff, so it's time to move on to the womb and see if we can bust it there.
all right.
So the next test will have a womb with a view to busting this 150-year-old myth and laying to rest this story of an impossible baby and the most unlikely of marriages.
We heard it was honor. I heard he limped back and married the girl because it was a virgin birth and he wanted to keep her honor.
Well, the Yankees would say that about themselves, but if it really happened on the Yankee side, her daddy had to go get a shotgun. We know what they're like.
It's a big day out for the Mythbusters.
I'm feeling really Miami Vice right now.
They're going boating.
Waves, woo!
But this is no ordinary cruise.
So what kind of speed are you getting now, Jamie?
They're going to recreate the dumbest mistake on the high seas.
Carrie, I'm trying to figure out what this is from the title, and it's not making any sense. What is trailer troubles?
This is actually about inexperienced boaters. They were taking their boat out. The boat just wouldn't get any horsepower. It wouldn't go. It couldn't get above 5 miles an hour. So they took it back to dock. They called their repairman to come find out why the boat's just not working. The repairman shows up. He tries the motor. He tries everything. Seems to be okay. Dunks his head under the water. Realizes the trailer's still attached.
This is bound to catch on. Boating with the trailer attached. The Mythbusters are going to need some nautical know-how to live this dream. Jay Meiswinkle is their man. He's helped out before on the scuba diver myth.
Hey, Jay.
Hey, Jay.
In his capacity as outboard motor guru, Jay has heard it all. Even this myth.
The last time I heard it was about 1.5 years ago, and it was emailed to one of the parts guys up front, and he printed it out, sent it back to me, and it basically said the same thing. Some things are considered amphibious, and they just figured it was supposed to be there.
Fortunately, Jay shares the Mythbusters' passion for the preposterous.
This is like what I had when I was a kid.
And better yet, he has a 13-foot Boston whaler he's willing to lend to the cause.
The boat dog?
This is Ruger. He goes boating more than most boats.
All right, Jay, so what do we need to do to prepare this boat for this test?
Well, the boat is already strapped to the trailer, but we will be adding a couple of more straps on there just to help you with the myth, not to recreate the entire incident, but to make it more plausible and safe for you.
Now, Boston whalers have a reputation as being extremely hard to sink. This one has a 25 horsepower motor, but funnily enough, has never been tested trailer on. Sometimes the only way to get to the bottom of a myth is jump right in. Of course, that's also the way to get to the bottom of the bay.
I guess the worst case scenario is that we could sink, but we're not short a Coast Guard, so maybe the worst case scenario is a cranky Coast Guardman yells at me a lot.
You know what the worst case scenario is going to be?
What?
A bunch of people around here are going to see us launch the boat with a trailer attached and then take off, and they're going to say, look at what that blonde is doing.
Now, you won't even find this in the lesson plan for Boat Launching 101 because it's just too obvious. When you launch your boat, you back it in, float it off the trailer, and the trailer stays with the car. Happy days.
I got a GPS system so we can track how fast we're going in the water.
Cool.
So while you're driving, I know exactly how wily you're getting.
The plan is to test the boat without the trailer first to see just how fast it can go under normal conditions. or as normal as they can be with rev head Scotty at the wheel.
Let's see what this baby's got. Woo! Yeah!
14, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21.
Hey, if we throw the cameraman overboard, we'll be a little lighter, we'll go faster.
Hey, look at all those poor fools going to work today. 23 is our top speed so far.
So, Carrie and Scotty have proved you can have a whale of a time in a whaler doing 23 miles an hour. So now, throttling back a little, the real test. How will it perform trailer on?
The way we're actually going to do this is disconnect it before it goes in the water and put a line or a tow strap on it, and then just kick up the front wheel and it'll support itself to roll in there with the trailer. You don't want to try to submerge the boat and trailer with the truck, because then you're going to have to put a snorkel on the truck.
Is this how you would strap it on if you wanted to get the boat in the water with the trailer?
This is how the Myth would be. They would have normal transfer straps holding the trailer on, but since we're testing, we're going to add some more.
These straps shouldn't affect the boat's performance, or lack of it, just make it more secure. And now, perhaps the biggest question of the test, all strapped up, would the boat even float?
Is she buoyant yet?
No, it'll take a little bit. Yeah, that's floating. That thing's really buoyant.
Yeah, look at that.
It's still afloat, and so is the Myth. Now the hard work is done, Jamie and Adam have arrived for the fun part.
My prediction is that it will significantly slow the boat down. I know from experience with these kinds of boats that anything at all that's on the bottom, like barnacles or anything like that, will dramatically reduce the speed that the boat's capable of. And I can't think of much worse than a trailer to attach to the bottom of a boat as far as slowing it down.
My prediction on the speed with the trailer attached, if the top speed was 22 miles an hour, I'll say 8 or 9 miles per hour.
With that boat and that engine, I'd say we're going to get between 6 to 10 miles an hour at most out of it.
With barely a thought for their seafaring reputations, Scotty and Jamie take the new trailer whaler for a spin, a very slow spin.
It's already moving kind of sluggish for that speed, isn't it?
Come on!
Got it!
So what kind of speed are you getting, Jamie?
We're going 4.7 miles per hour, and we're at full throttle. Whoa, we hit 4.8 for a moment there. That's flat out, right?
That's flat out, it does not go any faster.
Sure, it's slow, but even so, it seems this myth is entirely plausible.
So maybe those people weren't as stupid as we originally thought.
What are you doing?
What's our speed?
It's not helping.
Do you think it's worth trying to ride just right out of the water onto the ramp?
Well, that'd certainly be a lot more interesting than doing what we're doing now.
So it works, and maybe the Mythbusters are onto something. The amphibious runabout.
Yeah! That makes boating much easier. I think we're going to start a new trend here.
Something tells me that you'll be in the shop this weekend, Jamie, working out a motor drive for these. So what was our maximum speed?
4.8 miles per hour.
4.8 miles an hour, under our lowest estimate.
Kind of a slow jog.
Well, this is one of those myths that worked out So well, almost too well.
So I think it's totally, a reasonable myth that, it could have happened.
In fact, it has happened at least once.
We had to deliver a new boat and trailer to a customer of ours who had a ramp in the back of his house. But during his original design, he did not think of trying to put the trailer to the back of his house. In doing so, the best thing we could come up with was to launch a 19-foot Boston whaler with the trailer about a mile away, and we just kind of putted on over there with the trailer attached to it.
So, this is a rare day for the Mythbusters. Not only have they replicated a myth, they've verified that it's happened in real life.
That's a pretty small boat, too. I mean, it had a small motor, small boat, with an 80% loss of power. I think with a larger boat, it'd be much easier to drive around and not realize that your loss of power is because you've been an idiot and left the trailer on.
Confirmed, but totally goofy.
Easily confirmed, easily goofy.
The Mythbusters have shown, ballistically at least, the son of a gun myth is possible. But now, a setback. While the term son of a gun does stem from those times, it seems it has nothing to do with this myth.
Sailors lived on the gun deck, and so that's where they fraternized. So a son of a gun is a child that is conceived on the gun deck of a British man of war.
And on that naughty nautical note, it's back to the range, where no such shenanigans are tolerated.
I don't know.
The Mythbusters are setting up their second experiment, which will test if viable genetic material can be carried on a bullet.
This would represent the 15 layers of petticoats and various undergarments that the women of that era would have on.
Ballistics Gal is the eventual target in this experiment.
We'll kind of arrange it like so, like a skirt, and there you go.
What I'm wondering is how to aim through a bag towards a target you can't see.
200 feet away, Civil War expert Jim Mitchell is contemplating the most unusual shot of his life.
This I'm going to need to shoot off a bench. So
he not only has to hit Ballistics Gal, but on the way there, the bullet has to pass through this pouch of Civil War trouser material. And in the pouch, well, let's just say a sample of genetic legacy has been obtained and dyed blue for easier visibility.
Genetic legacy? It's sperm. Any kid in grade school knows that. Helps make babies, you know?
It's still viable.
Oh, there's one.
Oh, one's swimming, there's one, look.
Yeah.
Dude. He's like, yeah, check
Yeah, we got a few
out.
here. So, I'm gonna put the sample in this cloth bag that simulates the 4 layers of cloth, 2 layers of long johns and 2 layers of woolen pants, and we will fire through these.
If any blue swimmers wind up in Ballistics Gal, well, we're probably getting ahead of ourselves. They hardly know each other.
By setting up these circumstances the way that we believe the myth says, we'll be able to prove that it is so unlikely that it might as well be said that it's impossible.
once it goes through that, there's no guarantee it's going to go straight.
Right.
We'll do our best, but
This myth has stood untested for nearly 150 years and now hangs on Jim's aim.
Everyone's ready? And 3, 2, 1. Bloody hell, I think he did it. Wow. That's amazing. He did it on the first try. That's just incredible.
It went all the way through.
It did? Yeah. Fantastic. Do you have a scraper?
Yes, I do. I guess I should scrape the entry, huh?
Yeah. Oh, that's a perfect shot.
I know. I can't believe you pulled that off.
Amazing. Jim, that was just a perfect shot. It was really stunning.
Jim's done his part. Now, entry wound samples will be examined under a microscope for traces of still viable genetic material. But first, spare a thought for our hero and heroine. Could the unhappy cavalryman have survived this wound? Could Ballistics Gal have lived to tell her unfortunate tale? Constance Smith Golda is at the cutting edge of Civil War medicine.
So say Tori here's a Union soldier. You have to treat him anyway. And he has had a mini ball go through his tibia and proceed through his... Will he survive?
It depends on how quickly he's gotten medical attention right on the battlefield. If you can get a tourniquet on you and stop the bleeding, and they can get you back to a field hospital or a field station like this one within, oh, say an hour, yes, we can try very hard to save your life.
So the woman that actually gets hit with this bullet, is she going to be able to survive?
If I'm not going to be naked in front of my husband when I am bearing his child or conceiving his child, I am not going to get naked in front of a strange doctor in the middle of a battlefield hospital and have him look at me. She probably would have bled to death out of embarrassment more than anything else.
Well, that's a blow, but back to the experiment. Did the bullet deposit genetic material in Ballistics Gal?
We're scanning for any residue. Keep on moving. Well, if anything was moving, you'd see it.
Yeah.
I don't see anything.
I know, I don't even see any things that look like our cells.
I mean, I can see all sorts of stuff, like the thread residue, the burn residue, pieces of the petticoat. I mean, there's tons of identifiable stuff in here, but none of it is genetic.
Keep going. Keep going.
So, at a distance of 200 feet, nothing was transferred from the pouch to Ballistics Gal. As a double check, they try again from 50 feet.
3, 2, 1.
This time, Ballistics Gal is brought in for a more thorough exam.
You know what? We're just not finding anything. I mean, we fired right through that bag of genetic material from 50 feet away. I really think we've done the best effort to find anything.
A birds and bees reality check is in order here. Yes, sperm does form in the testes, but the mature guys live higher up. And while one mature sperm causes fertilization, many are needed to first break down the walls of a woman's egg. A lucky survivor on the end of a bullet just won't do it. So how did the myth start?
Constance, why do you think people tell this story?
Because it's a wonderful, dirty story. Everyone's salacious. We want to talk about what someone else did. Plus, there were a number of young ladies that really desperately had to explain how that child got here.
It seems after all that, this great Civil War myth was really just a great, embarrassed cover-up.
There was some truth to this myth, that a mini ball could go through fabric, through flesh and bone, and easily go 150 yards.
Yeah, but despite Jim's remarkable shot, there's just no way any biological material would survive on that hot bullet, even over 50 feet. We found burn marks on the petticoat and still weren't able to find anything in our scrapings.
So I think that myth is pretty much busted. I never get tired of doing that. Never. Busted.
On this episode of Mythbusters.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adam, and I'll be your flight attendant today on Mythbusters.
Is the brace position intended to save you
Really bad
or kill you? And
I have a sneaking suspicion that I'm a really, really bad driver.
is driving and chatting
Could you repeat that again?
just as dangerous as
Officer, would you have me a beer?
driving under the influence? Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage,
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
and Jamie Heineman.
I kind of like it in here. It's private.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
That was intense.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Guys, I got a good one. While flying this weekend, I actually heard a really interesting myth while I was reading my emergency safety card. The guy next to me claims, conspiracy theory style, that the brace positions that you have to get into on the commercial airlines when you're crashing into land or water are actually to kill you. It's so that when you're crashing, your neck will instantly break because it's actually cheaper to pay out for a wrongful death suit than years and years of rehabilitation.
That's a good one, Carrie.
And we get to destroy another aircraft.
As much fun as that would be, I'm not sure it's really feasible for this. I mean, we need to do several experiments, and destroying a full-size plane, we're only going to get one test, if that. So, I mean, do you have a plan for a repeatable rig?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think we need something controllable. So, we could just do mini experiments, one with the brace position, of course, Buster, one without the brace position, and just see if we can knock his head off.
See if there's a real difference between the brace position and sitting regularly. And what about business class? Are you any safer when you spend that extra dough?
And then there are those backwards-facing seats that the flight attendants use. What about those?
Exactly.
To get to the bottom of this myth, the team's going to have to lay their bodies on the line. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, they're going to need 3 different types of airplane seats. It's back to the old Mythbusters standby for airline parts. Interface Aviation.
It just keeps going and going.
Last time the team was here, they picked up an in-flight toilet for their vacuum test. Boy, did that suck. And the Mythbuster maturity continues.
Yeah! These work. They really work. Who would have thought?
Nice, Tori. Let's remember why you're here.
Had quite a fun shopping list. I think we need 5 rows of the economy seats.
1 row of 2-seaters for the first class. Is this the first time you've ever been in first class?
Man,
Me too.
that's a good life.
And the final item on their list, a flight attendant's rear-facing seat.
Cool. This is gonna be perfect. Happy? Think we got everything?
I'm very happy.
This is gonna be good. We got some good stuff here, for sure.
We got a lot of work to do, so we should head back to the shop.
Although air travel is one of the safest forms of transportation, every year in the U.S., an average of 120 people are killed and 350 seriously injured in commercial airline crashes.
Well, right off the bat, our researchers have found that there actually is an element of truth to this story.
Oh, yeah. Well, it turns out that it is, in fact, cheaper for the airlines to pay out a wrongful death settlement than it is to pay someone who's been injured over the course of their lifetime. Wrongful death settlements pay out at between around $3 and $5 million an occurrence, whereas depending on the severity of the injuries, for a lifetime of rehabilitation, the airlines may pay out between 8 and 10 and sometimes up to $50 million.
Wow.
You have Buster's whole family here.
To assure passengers the safest flight possible, engineer Richard DeWeese of the FAA Civil Aerospace Medical Institute conducts extensive testing on the crashworthiness of airline seats and their effects on passengers.
So cool.
Carrie popped into his office in Oklahoma City to see how it's done.
Wow.
Where we do all of our testing. And of course, down the middle of the area is our test track. This is our test sled. Essentially, it's a rolling platform. We hook this cable up to the front, and we can pull it back with a winch and control its speed. The further back we pull it, the faster it's going to be going when it gets here. The test scenario is a 35 feet per second velocity change at 14 Gs. And we get to that 14 G peak in only 80 milliseconds.
Wow.
And from, of course, the test dummy, we're going to be gathering things that tell us whether or not the person would have been injured by the readings we get from it.
Okay, so this rig may be a bit outside the build team's scope, but Tori's got a plan. and it's on the cheap.
Well, we don't have the hydraulic rams that they use at the FAA. So we're gonna have to come up with a new experiment to test this. One thing we could do is basically we'll build a gantry, put the seats on it, we'll get a crane and vertically drop it. All we have to get is 35 feet per second. And you know, for 1 second, if we drop it for 1 second, we're gonna get some serious G-forces. My number one concern was that this thing has got to be super strong. We went with 2-inch square tubing and then triangulated the heck out of this thing. The whole gantry is at a 30-degree angle, which is to specs to the FAA's crash tests that they do.
But before they take to the skies, their next myth has them hitting the road. Come on, admit it. You know you do it. Talk on the cell phone while driving. And deep down, you know it's dangerous. But is it as dangerous as that other driving taboo?
Here comes another one. The myth is that it is just as dangerous to drive while talking on a cell phone as it is while driving drunk.
Well, obviously, you know, while you're dialing, your eyes are not on the road, but what we really need to pinpoint is whether the conversation itself is dangerous.
Yes.
Yeah, people seem to be under the impression that if you're at a stoplight, it might be okay to dial because you're not moving, but then it's okay to talk once you actually get moving. And that's the key thing about this myth. Is it, in fact, safe to talk on a cell phone while you're driving?
That's what we're going to test.
They're off to the Russell Racing School at Infineon Raceway in Napa, California.
The plan we've got today is that both Carrie and I are the test subjects. We're actually going to do the Russell Racing School course here. They've got several different driving skills to test on us.
First, they'll each run a control lap, sober and cell phone free, to get acquainted with the course. Then they'll navigate the course again, only this time while Jamie distracts them with a cell phone call.
What? I can't hear that.
Finally, they'll knock back a few cold ones, take a police-administered breathalyzer test, and then climb back behind the wheel for their last lap.
Oh, man.
This is a tough one because I do notice on occasion talking on a cell phone that it's easy to zone out. Whether that's equivalent to driving while drunk, which I've never done, I have no idea.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. Carrie and Adam are about to test the myth that driving with a cell phone is just as dangerous as driving drunk.
Once again, going to humiliate myself in front of a very large audience.
But before they attempt the skills course impaired, they'll each try a control run first, sober and cell phone free.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Jamie. Mark Wallachachuk. Hi, Mark.
Mark Wallachachuk, chief instructor for the Russell Racing School, takes them both through the route.
I'm ready.
Go.
Are you ready?
Go.
First challenge, accelerating to 30 miles per hour and stopping at the sign.
If you don't get to 30, you're going to fail that part of it. If you don't stop at the stop sign, you're going to fail that part of it. Of course, nobody stops like this, do they?
I don't.
Apparently, neither does Adam.
You can't go into the other lane. Go straight
Then
back.
there's everybody's favorite, parallel parking.
Oh, man.
Just ran into a lady to get lined up in the cross.
Oh.
Darn.
I still can't park.
The time trial comes next.
Your job is to average 15 miles an hour through the whole course. So if you go too fast or too slow, then you're going to fail that part of it.
And now the time trial.
Now the time. Easy to get going fast there.
Yeah.
And you got to be at least 10 miles an hour around here. You got it.
And for the piece de resistance, The Accident Avoidance Challenge.
You'll drive up at, say, 30 miles an hour. I'll say left, right, or center. You've got to make that lane change and then, you know, get through that particular lane change. All right, so now remember we got to do without the brakes.
Without the brakes.
A little over 25, 27. Okay. Go. Okay. Left. Tail. We got to pull. Okay, and right. Oh, I made it.
Kind of takes you back to those driver ed days, doesn't it?
How did I do?
That was pretty good. We were a little quick for the, what we call the road drive. You're very good at the parking. Every time you turn, I'm going to want to see checking both sides and signaling.
For the whole test?
Yeah, even.
Okay.
So that's a pass. It's all good.
And Carrie?
I have a sneaking suspicion that I'm a really, really bad driver.
That wasn't bad. You need to practice your parking, which not many people do. But so I failed you on that. The rest of it, you did actually very good in the accident avoidance part. That was really close. That was good. So overall, you passed.
Yeah, but the real fun's still to come.
I suspect that driving while talking on the cell phone is going to cause more impairment than any of us really imagined.
I think the cell phone's gonna be murder. There's absolutely no way. I'm trying all my concentration just to remember what I'm doing when I'm driving on this and where the roads are.
Back at the shop, the framework for Tori's Mythbust airplane is nearly complete. They'll have Buster testing the validity of the brace position in no time.
Fingers and toes.
What I have to do next, I have to cover this whole thing with plywood, and that's going to be the theoretical airplane floor. I'll lay the tracks on, and then I'll start putting on the airplane seats.
Careful there, Tori. You remember what happened the last time you went stunt riding.
I'm okay.
It's easy to break bones when they're real, but when it comes to Buster's bones, well, that's a bit trickier.
For this myth, we need Buster's broken bones to explain to us what's going to happen in the brace position to the human body.
So we just basically want to do some fact checking to make sure that Buster is up for the test and he will give us some real data. We want to make sure that he is as much like a human as possible.
To retrofit Buster's aluminum frame with the most realistic bones possible, the build team tests the strength of different materials. First, animal bones as the control.
Yep.
Then wood,
Green fiberglass,
acrylic, PVC, and carbon epoxy tubing to see which would break most like a real bone. I think you found your match, Carrie.
Look at that. It's broken, but it's not shattered. It's perfect. Both carbon epoxy tubing and lamb bone broke at a 120-pound dynamic load. So this is what we're using. If this material breaks inside Buster on our crash test experiment, we can pretty much assume that a human bone would break. I know it's not perfect, but this is the closest that we're gonna get to a good calibration.
Don't look so glum, Buster. You won't be crashing alone.
More dummies to kill, huh?
Wow. My God, it's like an embarrassment of riches. After all those times of destroying Buster, I haven't seen a clean dummy in a long time.
Meet Buster's nuclear family.
Wow. Look at Dad.
Dad's buff.
I think Dad's molded off the Heinemann model.
These are what are known as simulades. While they are the correct weight, it's not distributed correctly.
These guys are just to round out passenger seating around Buster. He's still our main test subject.
They're dummies.
You know, it's amazing after all this time to finally expand the Mythbusters abuse family. I mean, I know you can't take the same kind of damage that Buster takes, but I'm willing to try.
Oh, the abuse will come, all right. But right now, they're just victims of fashion.
Did she come with her bra?
We don't want to be indecent. This is a family show.
So where did we get the bra? Did you give her ears?
No.
Let's leave Carrie hanging and head outside to see how the gantry is coming along. Tori's moved it to the test site for some finishing touches. Seats.
Don't you think we should give the passengers a little bit more space?
No, I think we should cram them even closer together to save a buck or two, you know? Don't waste that fuel. More passengers, more money. That's why airlines go broke, because they give people too much room already.
You are a sweet guy.
Mythbust Air is ready for takeoff. Now it just needs its final passenger.
Well, I guess the next big problem is the age-old Mythbusters problem of determining what happens to Buster. He can't talk to us, but we need to know if he's injured, if he's dead,
Right.
and if there's a difference between sitting in the brace position or sitting normally.
Well, it seems that maybe the neck would be a good thing to know if it could break. Right now, he doesn't have any way of indicating to us that he's got a broken neck. If you are in an airline crash and your head is coming towards the seat in front of you, you're going to crash in and your neck is going to bend like this while the rest of your body continues on.
This is known as extension. But Buster's neck is fixed and therefore won't bend like a human's. Leave it to Mr. Fix-It to crack this quandary.
What this means for Buster is I've got to make a neck that replaces this one. So I'm going to machine the neck, this piece. I got a couple hinges from the hardware store so it can move, and it actually move pretty far back.
And Grant's added a series of springs to simulate the muscles in the neck that would normally resist force applied to the forehead. But getting the neck to bend is only half the solution. Grant also needs to be able to determine the amount of injury the neck sustains during the crash. He'll do so by calibrating the neck's angle of deflection, or how far it bends backwards. Simply put, he'll hang a series of weights from the back of Buster's head to make it bend.
Here's 150 pounds I prepared earlier.
Then measure the resistance to Buster's neck through a potentiometer, which sends a signal to the ohmmeter. The higher the kilo ohms, the greater the damage. First, they record the resistance on the neck with no load attached to establish a baseline.
Okay, so starting out, we've got
4.29.
Okay, 4.29. You ready?
Yeah.
I'm just going to lower it down. Here we go.
Then they increase the weight to measure the angle of deflection.
Great. Okay, so what do you got?
6.2.
6.2K. So
Yeah.
that is serious neck injury.
That's fantastic. It's perfect Mythbuster solution. I'm really pleased. Thank you,
Great.
man.
Thanks.
Now we got to get his face back on there.
Not so fast. Grant's got one more gizmo for Buster's head, an accelerometer to measure the force Buster's brain will sustain upon impact. But Grant also hopes to measure the force of impact to other parts of Buster's body. So he's covering Buster's torso with Shock Watch stickers.
What you do is you buy this off the shelf, stick it on your package, and it'll tell you if you've exceeded the G-load.
So it keeps your shipping agent accountable.
If the capsule inside the patch breaks and turns red, you know you've exceeded your specified G-load.
I've got 50, 75, and 100 Gs. Conveniently, these three sizes correspond to thresholds of human injury. 50 Gs would correspond to the threshold of injury for the entire body in a frontal impact.
Meaning that anything under that, and you might possibly survive it.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Without serious injury. 75 would be for a rear impact, again for the whole body, threshold of injury. And 100 corresponds to inside of the head, your brain actually bouncing around.
That's all great, but how do they work?
All right, so I just stick this on.
That's it.
My
There's
beer,
your package.
Beer can equals person.
Yep.
All right,
Built
okay.
there a little bit higher.
Going,
not quite 50 Gs.
Going a little bit higher. I'm gonna actually chuck it. Ready?
Okay.
Yeah, I can see it's red from here.
That's perfect. Red means you're dead.
If it works this well on a beer can, they can't wait to see how it works on Buster.
That's perfect, Grant. I'm totally psyched about that.
Are you frightened?
It's round 2 of Adam and Carrie's driving test. They've already passed the control run, so it's time to break out the cell phones and try a more distracted lap.
Okay, for the cell phone test, I'll be off on the sidelines talking into a cell phone and delivering 3 different types of tasks to the driver in the car. The first one is repeat the sentence. They just have to repeat what I've said. The second one is a verbal puzzle. They have to actually think about what their answer is going to be. And then the third one is a monologue where they have to list 5 different things about some particular subject that I'll give them. There's no doubt in my mind that their driving performance is going to be significantly reduced.
I'm a little nervous about it. I don't think I'm gonna do very well on this one.
Okay, go. All right, if I say Jack stole Ann's ball, who's the thief?
That would be, Jack.
Jack.
Okay, repeat the sentence. The driver was stopped for driving 67 miles per hour in a 20-mile-per-hour zone.
The driver was stopped for driving in a 15-mile-per-hour zone. I admit it?
No, you missed it.
The driver was driving 67 miles per hour in a 20-mile-per-hour zone.
Okay, give me 5 things that are in the interior of your car.
5 things in the interior of my car was the steering wheel, stopwatch, the rear view mirror, the pad of paper, the seat, the seatbelt, charger, and the speedometer.
Driving this course was insane trying to talk on the cell phone. You could not pay attention to both at the same time.
If you see a picture with a diamond, a rectangle, and a circle, and the circle is to the right of the rectangle and directly above the diamond, is the rectangle right above the diamond?
I have no idea. Rectangle. Could you repeat that again?
Which girl is taller if Jane is shorter than Kim?
Kim is taller. Kim is taller.
Give me 5 things that are part of your daily work or activities.
Kissing ass. Drilling and tapping. Doing my hair. Doing on-camera PMCs. And yoga. Making phone calls. And driving to work. Checking my email. And avoiding phone calls from certain people. And
Here they come racing to the finish line. And the winner is...
Oh! That was awful. That was absolutely awful.
We actually gave her a fail for the overall course. There was one time there where she was trying to maneuver the wheel and she got very creative, kind of held the wheel with her elbow.
Yeah, not to mention you failed over half the course's obstacles. And Adam?
He did end up failing. He failed half of the elements.
That makes the Mythbusters 0 for 2.
There are a ton of studies and a lot of conflicting data about how much talking on a cell phone actually affects your driving.
Yeah, one study actually showed that a simple conversation wouldn't affect driving at all.
Yeah, but a British study did extensive testing with things like memory tests, reasoning, and mental arithmetic, and found that it did heavily affect your ability to drive. And that was the first study to actually compare it to a benchmark of something we know is dangerous, which is driving under the influence of alcohol. It's time to start drinking.
As dangerous as driving drunk? Well, only one way to find out for sure. Carrie and Adam are trying to determine if driving while on a cell phone is just as dangerous as driving drunk. They've already failed the skills course while chatting away. Now they'll try again after putting a few beers away. To feel the effects of the booze quicker, they've fasted since last night.
I'm not really looking forward to a drink. I haven't eaten since I woke up. I've got a kind of hunger headache. It's a hot day out here, and I expect it's going to get me pretty toasty.
But not too toasty. The catch is they need to ensure their blood alcohol ratio remains below 0.08, the legal limit for operating a motor vehicle in California, or the experiment will be called off. So they've called in a few of San Rafael's finest to administer breathalyzers 15 minutes after every beer down.
Okay, start drinking now.
Cheers. Cheers. Yeah, it's a tough job, but someone's got to do it. Cheers.
I'm actually surprised that I'm a little cockeyed. One beer, empty stomach.
And apparently, Carrie's not the only one.
You're going to fart on camera to prove that women actually do occasionally.
I'm so not going to do that. If my boyfriend finds out I fart, he might leave me.
What I need you to do is just put your mouth over this tube here and blow.
One beer and 15 minutes later, Carrie's ready for the test.
Okay.
Slow or hard?
Yeah, I'll hold on to this. Hard. Okay. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Go, 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 go. Okay. Okay, there you are right there. 0.038.
Halfway there.
That means I get another beer? Officer, would you have me a beer?
You're next, Adam.
Go, 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 go. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Go, go, go. There.
I bet I need another beer. Oh! 0.027. 0.027. It sounds like I have a lot more to drink.
Now there's something you don't hear every day.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Closer, but you can go higher, Carrie.
What do you say she completes the other half beer and
It's not even half, it's like a third.
051. 051. I think I need another beer. Here we go.
Let's hope Carrie's second beer's a charm.
There you go. 075.
That's
You're
it.
Right there. Beautiful.
All right, can't get any more. 075.
And Adam's third tips the scales.
07. 07. All right.
Good. All right.
Let's try with 07.
They're rocked. Now it's time to, roll. It's finally time to test the aircraft killer brace position, and Adam's singing with excitement.
Buster and part of his extended family are going to be joining him on this drop. This first test, Buster's going to be sitting upright, not in the brace position. This is the, the control, and Grant is actually setting up the accelerometer in Buster's head. He's already got his broken neck rig, and we're just going to see if there's any difference between this and the brace position. We're dropping him from 15 feet. That should give us the absolutely FAA spec speed of 35 feet per second. Should be between 30 and 40 Gs of impact, and well, I think all hell's gonna break loose. This is gonna be an absolute horror show.
That all looks really good.
Wow. That seems really high.
You're good to go.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That was a perfect drop.
Easy for you to say, Adam. You weren't on board.
It was quite an impact. It, really kind of made the whole concrete area here shudder. That's 1,000 pounds. It's really solid.
All the seats are trashed.
Wow.
It was well balanced, it hit hard. I'm amazed.
So was it a regulation drop?
Oh, that is.
Check out the replay.
We met the FAA guidelines for a crash test perfectly. It couldn't have gone any better. I mean, we had a 41 feet per second, 54 millisecond collision time, and 21 Gs subjected to the frame. It's perfectly within the guidelines, so I'm feeling really good about this test, and I think it's extremely valid.
Let's see what Buster has to tell us.
Do you want to check his chest meters?
I would love to.
What do you got?
Hoo-hoo. Not even the 50.
That means Buster's body withstood less than 50 Gs of force on impact, meaning his body weathered the crash.
Probably the seat cushion absorbed a lot of that shock.
But what about his head?
What did your meter read, the accelerometer?
The accelerometer gave me 56.4 G, so no serious head injury there.
It takes a minimum of 100 Gs to the head to sustain major trauma. So Buster will live, but he's going to have one major headache.
Check out this tray table here.
So what was the neck injury?
So the neck injury, the meter read 4.67 K, which isn't even close to our threshold for serious neck injury of 6.7 K.
That means Buster's neck didn't bend back far enough to indicate significant damage on the ohmmeter.
I tell you, it's pretty much a real testament to how these seats are built, that with a fall like that, the seats collapsing all around you, there may be some broken legs, but all of these passengers would have survived this fall.
Absolutely.
It's pretty amazing. Everything we have says this is a survivable type of drop. So, very next thing to do is to pull Buster down off this rig, reset him for test number 2, which is the brace position test. And in fact, in resetting this rig, we have to pretty much rebuild the whole thing to test it twice.
Well, here's one serious injury.
All things considered, that's not so bad, right? Wrong.
You'd definitely not be able to make your way to the safety exit with a broken femur. Only 20% of people die on impact in an airplane crash. 80% survive, and I think we've shown that. The rest die from smoke inhalation and fire damage.
So
it's not being able to get out of your seat that will kill you.
Okay.
Well, maybe the brace position will spare Buster that trauma.
We're gonna see if we have any difference between the brace and the non-brace position. The brace position that we're testing, basically in economy, you don't have the same room that you do in the business class. Business class has the best position, which would be down, holding on to your knees, flat down. But since economy, the seats are a little close together, you're gonna be holding on to the back of the seat and dispersing the G-force basically on the seat instead of on your neck.
So how do you get a dummy to assume the position?
We're tying the hands and heads down so that way when we drop the gantry, it keeps it in its brace position. Definitely not going to affect the test because once this gantry hits the ground, it's going to break the string.
All right, you can take it up.
And what goes up
3, 2, 1.
must come down. Time to check Buster's gauges again.
None of them tripped on his chest.
Yeah, but how's the damage to Buster's head look?
The accelerometer has only 34 Gs to the head, so it didn't even trip a major event.
That's nearly 20 Gs of force less to Buster's head than when he sat unbraced. And the gauge in his neck measured less deflection as well, meaning it didn't even come close to breaking.
So while this looks really bad, like a huge amount of carnage, it's actually, as far as injury goes, not that bad.
So, when sitting in economy, the brace position may literally save your neck. But probably not your legs.
It's a pretty consistent injury, the broken femur.
I mean, even if you did survive, you're stuck in these chairs. That can't be good.
The damage that the chairs take is damage that's not being transferred to your body. It's like in a motorcycle accident, you want to see a crack in your motorcycle helmet because it meant it took all that force away from your head. It's the same thing here. Amazingly, this drop supports our primary thesis and all of the data we've collected so far. And that is that not only is the brace position not designed to kill you outright, but it is the safest position to get yourself into in the event of a collision or an air crash.
So, busted in the cheap seats. But first class is up next.
Jamie, you ready?
Buster's back and ready for another brace position crash. But no more cheap seats for him.
He had a few too many to drink.
This time he's flying first class. Sure, wider seats and plenty of legroom makes the flight more comfortable than coach.
Like in first class.
But does it make it safer?
You can actually get all the way down on your knees and grab your ankles. So, we want to pull his legs back.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Watching something plummet to the ground never grows old.
Wow.
The seats look like they stood up better than the economy seats.
Yeah, but how about the passenger?
We lost a leg.
Okay, so at first glance, maybe more leg room isn't such a bonus.
Check it out.
Whoa, dude.
2 places. Here
We got a
and
broken
here.
femur and tibia fibula.
But how'd the rest of Buster's body fare? The G-force accelerometers on his body look good.
Checked them and they were none of them were set off.
So we didn't get above 50 on the chest.
No.
No deflection.
And the head accelerometer reads 43 Gs, nearly the same force achieved when Buster assumed the brace position in economy.
Because you had no seat in front of you, he went all the way and bonked his head on the ground, practically.
Yeah.
But I think some of it is because he can bend a little more flexibly than people who are not yogic masters. So still not enough to reach the threshold of serious head damage. But it's a bonk on the head.
It is a bump on the head, yeah, but not serious head injury.
2 aspirin ought to take away that headache, assuming Buster didn't break his neck.
Grant, what'd you get on the neck potentiometer?
I had almost no deflection, 4.43 K. So,
Serious injury?
no, not even close. There's no serious neck injury at all. I think it's because there's no seat back in front of him that he's hitting his head on and pushing the neck
He
back.
might have gotten a bang, but it wasn't a neck snapping bang.
I mean, you might not have head or neck trauma, but you wouldn't be able to make it to the exit.
Well, and again, that supports the data that we have.
Break your leg, you can't get out of the plane.
All right, cool. Let's set up for the next test.
So overall, Buster fared slightly better when assuming the brace position in first class than when in economy. He's going to have some aches and pains, but at least he lived. For their final drop, the team's going to test the only seat on the plane facing in the opposite direction, the flight attendant seat.
Buster's never been a flight attendant before. It's very exciting for you, career change.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adam, and I'll be your flight attendant today. On behalf of our San Francisco-based flight crew here on Mythbusters, we welcome you to your flight. That flight's going to be about 40 to 80 milliseconds, and it might be a sharp bump at the bottom, but rest assured there's people here that can put you back together.
3, 2, 1.
All right. It's almost no change at all.
The voltmeter indicated that Buster's neck hardly moved.
There's almost no deflection, and that's because the head was fully supported by that back seat rest. The possibility of neck injury was greatly minimized. I'm gonna get the data out of his head recorder. I got a peak of 87.4 Gs.
You can see it in the high speed. His whole body bent forward, but there wasn't a huge whiplash kind of crack.
87 Gs. That's nearly twice the amount of force sustained in either the economy or first class drop tests, braced or unbraced. And the accelerometers on the chest aren't painting a pretty picture either.
We tripped the 50 G meter.
Really?
Yeah.
So is flying rear facing really safer than flying the conventional way? Dr. John Paul Strapp believed so. Dr. Strapp's crash survival research program proved that humans can in fact sustain much higher G-forces in the backwards-facing position, topping out at a peak load of 85 Gs. But engineer Richard DeWeese isn't quite ready to turn all the airline seats around just yet.
While a rear-facing seat will spread the loads out better during a forward impact, it also has you facing rearward, and all that flying debris is now coming at you. A well-designed rear-facing seat, there's nothing wrong with it, but a forward-facing one can be just as safe as if it's designed as well.
Let's hope so, because the next drop has the Mythbusters putting themselves on the line. It's round 3 of the cell phone versus drunk driving test. And Carrie and Adam are fueled up and ready to go. They've already passed the control run, but failed the course while talking on the phone. Now they've consumed just enough alcohol, and on empty stomachs no less, to remain below the legal limit while driving the course a third time.
065. 065.
Oh my God, you're getting in my car?
And once again, the instructor puts his life on the line to grade their performances.
Being the fact that we're only going to potentially knock over a few cones, I'm just fine.
Let's hope Carrie's driving isn't that bad.
And go.
First obstacle, the brake test. That's a stop sign, Carrie. Slow down. Stop!
We did go past the stop sign here right off the bat by about 4 or 5 feet, so we ended up in the crosswalk.
Not a promising start. And parallel parking is up next.
Actually, I gave her the parking. It was one of her best efforts. It was marginally good.
Here comes the road timing test. Remember, it's got to be done in 45 seconds. Uh-oh, 30 seconds. That's going to cost you. Hope you do better on the accident avoidance test.
We pretty much killed a couple cones over in the accident avoidance.
Or maybe not.
I also think I took out a few cones.
A few cones? You blew away half the obstacles, Carrie. That's what's known as a failure.
Can we stop using the word failure and just be like, I didn't succeed? I am feeling a little bit tired and tipsy, and I'm definitely done with this experiment because I don't usually drink beers during the day in the sun. So all I want to do is go to sleep now and maybe eat something.
No, I'm done with my...
Go ahead, Carrie. Indulge. You've earned it.
I'm gonna eat pizza in a minute. That's all I really care about.
You'll get your reward soon enough, Adam.
And go.
Assuming you can ever park.
Well, we saw the parking, so that was a little off. There was a couple times that I reminded him to look both ways, and I gave him kind of a half fail on that.
He's coming down the home stretch. Just one challenge left.
The only thing with the accident avoidance, he did do it, but he kind of slowed down through the whole thing.
It's not looking good, Adam. Like Carrie, you failed nearly half the course.
2.5 fails, I guess.
So you just like kind of suck.
I don't kind of suck. I mean, I was definitely impaired enough that, you know, it's the sort of impaired you want to keep people off the road at that level.
That's right. Not only is drinking and driving not smart, it's illegal and very dangerous. So, what's the final word?
Clearly, the results show that talking on the cell phone while driving is potentially as dangerous as driving drunk.
I mean, we failed both the cell phone and the drunk driving tests, but we failed the cell phone test by a much bigger margin. However, all that being said, I still think that you can always put down the cell phone if something's happening that you've got to deal with. You can't exactly, so at least I can't exactly just stop being drunk.
So what do you reckon? Confirmed, busted, or plausible?
It's absolutely confirmed.
I agree, confirmed.
I'm a little shocked.
Mythbusters is ready for its final takeoff and crash landing. Only this time, they're testing the brace position with a different set of dummies.
We're about to do the Mythbusters Body on the Line test of what it's like to drop from a height while sitting in airline seats. And then we're going to strap ourselves in and go for a very short ride. The potential for injury if we did this improperly is fairly high, so we're going to do it in a very safe and controlled manner, only from about 5 feet. Our calculations say we shouldn't pull any more than about 3 Gs.
But just in case, they'll wear shock stickers to see if their fall surpasses 50 Gs.
This is the source of all my special powers.
There we go. You seatbelt it in? This is just...
Don't tense up your arms.
What's the worst thing that can happen to me? I don't know, break my neck. Buster broke 2 femurs in every single test we did, but we were dropping him from 15 feet. We're only dropping from 5, which it doesn't look that high. It does look high, but it's not.
Hey. Let's raise it up. I got a really bad feeling about it.
I promised my mom I wouldn't do anything dumb and unsafe again.
Was that
looks like you didn't keep your promise.
It's like, let's get it going.
Looks a little high, but I think you guys are in good shape. I would be right up there with you if it wasn't for that prior back injury and the insurance people.
Right.
Let's do it before I change my mind.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I smashed my head into the seat. That felt terrible.
My head's fine. My glasses are broken. I banged my knee into the chair in front of me.
Yeah.
How's your knee?
Yeah, it's all right.
Any broken bones?
Not too bad.
No, but yeah, I'm good.
You all right?
Yeah.
Okay,
My
the good
shins
news
kinda
is
hurt.
your seat absorbed a huge amount of energy. I mean, it's collapsed here.
Really?
So that's a good sign, because that energy would have been going into your spine.
I feel like I need a drink.
Yeah, a little shaky.
Really? But it seemed like such a good idea at the time.
Oh my God!
Smacked my knee into the front of the chair.
That's gonna be a bruise.
Oh. Hey, but you didn't break any bones.
I would like to say I'm sorry to you, Mom and Dad. I don't know. I'm a little stupid. Took the wire out of my bra. Popped the wire straight out of her brassiere. Holy moly!
Can I get a close up?
No, that's one close up we don't need.
Given the fact that we were at a 30-degree angle, the brace position probably kept all of us from having some type of head trauma, because there's not a lot of holding yourself back with that kind of force. Even with those like 3 or 4 Gs or whatever we were pulling, we would not have been able to hold our heads back. So I'm glad we had our heads like that. The worst thing was banging into the seat in front of me, and that really made it clear why you don't want your legs, why you don't want your feet under the seat ahead of you.
The brace position definitely felt good. I felt like it took all of the energy and put it into the seat instead of my neck and head.
So it was like that initial punch hurt, but I mean, you know, I'd go higher.
The brace for impact position is definitely the position you want to get in if you have a chance to. Our tests have shown it that it's at least 3 times safer than sitting upright and striking the seat.
All right, everybody. Well, we thank you for flying Mythbust Air, and on behalf of our San Francisco-based flight crew, Tori, Carrie, and Adam, we know you have a choice of airlines, and we're glad you chose us.
So the myth that the brace position in an airline crash is designed to kill you, what did we get?
What were the final tally of numbers, Grant?
Well, what we found was in the economy class that braced is definitely safer than unbraced. And the first class is safer still than economy class. And finally, the stewardess, the flight attendant seat was the safest of all, sustaining up to 80 Gs of damage and almost 0 neck deflection.
Well, and the other great success we had on this is we've added to the Mythbusters family. We've got 3 new test dummies to abuse, and I think they've already performed admirably. I think they already show the scuff marks of some real Mythbusters service.
So what do you guys think? Plausible, confirmed, or busted?
This one's totally busted.
Busted.